Africa and in Kenya, we do not start any function without a prayer. So if you don't pray, I want to kindly request, bear with us, allow us just to go through that program because it is important we do it. Number two, we will have the identification of the countries that are participating through a flag ceremony, and as we call in the various countries and the flags are being brought in with the beautiful music that will be played, there is no harm. If I call Eswatini, Mududuzi, there is no harm with you standing up and also joining the girls in shaking a little. From where you are, not on the stage, from where you are. There's no harm in you making noise, celebrating. Let's make it as memorable as possible when these flags are coming in. Of course, we'll have to go through our national anthem. It is mandatory. And the East African anthem, which will be done by our personnel. Then, of course, remarks from the chairperson of Kesha, remarks from the president, brief, because they'll still have an opportunity to talk more when the guest of honor is there. And we will move straight into our presentations, which will continue. Our first speaker is already in the hall, waiting to do his bit. All of them are there. And we expect that at an opportune time when the guest of honor arrives, you'll be aware because you'll just see things happening, things changing. If by mistake at that time we come to you and tell you, excuse me, madam, excuse me, sir, we are sorry, we have to move you. If it happens, I'm not expecting it to happen, but if it happens that I have to move you for one reason or the other, please bear with me, because some of these things are not foreseen. Later in the afternoon, after lunch, we will have a tree planting ceremony. His Excellency, the President, as one of his flagships in this country, is to green Kenya. And we are looking at planting over 10 million trees in the next 3 years. And principals and schools have been asked to ensure that each of them plants a number of trees. The students in those schools plant trees. Any gathering that we have been advised that tree planting must take place. As ICP, we have taken up that challenge, and we have a total of 2,000 seedlings to be planted by delegates of ICP for the next 3 days that we are here. The trees will be planted at Mamangina Secondary School, which is a public school, and Shimolatewa Secondary School. Mamangina School was moved to a new site. The site is still open, the site is rocky, and so it will be a great honor to us as ICP to participate in the planting of these trees. So today we expect at the end of the program, the guest of honor to participate in the tree planting, and we will be able to take first the council members who are 90. So we have we have 4 buses to take people to Mamangina School. It is just a 5 minutes drive from here, so that we join the guest of honor in planting the trees. The time for you to move to those buses will be communicated as time goes by. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call Mrs. Lucy Wathika to come and open with a word of prayer. Madam Lucy.
Thank you. Let us all stand for prayers. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord God, our Father, we come to you with thanksgiving for the gift of today, for the gift of one another. We are gathered here across the world, represented by members from very many countries. We are gathered here for a purpose, and we are praying that as we start the day today, you guide us with the Holy Spirit, that as we shall go through this function, we are going to do and discuss what is going to be pleasing to you, to the greater glory of your name. We pray for peace, we pray for good health, and we pray for your guidance. Walk with us and bless us. Through Christ our Lord we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. You can be seated.
Let's clap for her of the Lord. We now feel holy. We now feel that God is amongst us. And they always say where 2 or 3 are gathered, I'm in their midst. So we believe God is in our midst, and He will make sure this conference goes on very well. We are in a hotel, and the hotel has its own way of wanting things done. Allow me to call the security in charge just to give us a security brief on issues about the hotel. Welcome, madam. After the security brief, I'll start calling in the various flags, music, be ready. Those who can dance, join me, because I will be doing the same, but somewhere in the corner.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Margaret, Security Officer here at Pride in Paradise. I want to thank you for choosing us for your meeting today. We welcome you and honor you. About our Wi-Fi password is Paradise 2024. The P is capital letter. Another thing is about our washrooms. Once you get out of this door, your right hand, the far end there, we have both washroom for the gents and disabled. For the gents, ladies, and disabled. And also we have an elevator here for those who doesn't walks with crutches like disabled. Timings of tea, it starts from 10:30 to 11. Where you had your cocktail yesterday, you are going to take your tea there. At the time that you are going out to have your tea, leave your things here. It's our mandate. We will lock the door until you come back. The same to lunch, leave your things here. The safety of your things and guarantee. We will lock the door. It's our mandate to supervise the banqueting team as they do the replenish of the glasses and the bottles. The other thing is that in case of fire emergency, our doors opens outwards. Use these stairs on. We have another stairs here, the exit. Our fire assembling point is past the expo where your exhibition is. We have a fire assembling point there. Another thing is in case of any inquiries, feel free to meet one of our uniform associates. And the last is about security. We have 2 types of security. We have trained security personnel and 2 police officers who are doing patrol. We love you. Welcome to Kenya. Kenya, hakuna matata. Be blessed.
Thank you. Now I'll be in this corner where I can do a jig myself, and those who can join. Come on, the band, let's begin. You can listen to the beat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have very beautiful girls from Mamangina School who will be bringing in the flag. The first flag is Argentina. Argentina being brought in by Amina. Amina is a student, that's it. Yeah. The second flag coming in is Australia, being brought in by Hara, a student of Mamangina School. The third flag is from Canada. Being brought in by Saumu. Hey, join the girls. Look at how they are enjoying the music. Yeah, good. Followed by China. Brought in by Fatuma. Followed by the kingdom of Eswatini. Eswatini being brought in by Maku. I can see Bududuzi very happy there. Next is Finland, being brought in by Rehema Mwadudu. Yeah, the Finnish people very happy. Followed by France, being brought in by Aziza. That is Aziza from France. Followed by Germany. Being brought in by Mana City. See me later, I'll be telling you what all those names mean. Ghana, being brought in by Michelle. Oh, they are the Ghanaians. Vanessa Moody, bringing in Iceland. Let's clap for the girls as they come in, please. India, being brought in by Kwamboka. David, Nalosha, bringing in Ireland. Ireland, the Irish are here. That is nice. I can see Maria Doyle has really enjoyed that. Lesotho, being brought in by Rayan. Muteuli very happy. Chep Korir bringing in Mexico.
You're a good soldier, choosing your battles. Pick yourself up,
Trinidad and DC bringing in Nepal.
You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, it's getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure's on,
Netherlands being brought in by Duku.
if you get to get up, oh, if you get to get up, this time for Africa,
New Zealand being brought in by Sambo Hannah.
This time for Africa.
Ogao, Nigeria, being brought in by Waziri Saumu.
People are raising their expectation Go on and feed them. This is your moment, no hesitation.
Let's clap for the girls as they come in.
Believe it, you pave the way.
Norway,
Believe it, if you get them, get up.
being brought in by Mwanamisi Tenga.
This time for Africa, Zamina, Waka Waka. Zamina, for Africa, Zamina, Waka.
Singapore, being brought in by Asma.
This is Africa.
Hadija, bringing in South Africa, the Rainbow Nation. Natile Amondi, bringing in Uganda.
Cause this is Africa. Samina, waka waka. Samina, this is for Africa. Chango,
Angel, Angel Wanjiru, bringing in United Kingdom. Yeah, I can see Peter Kent very happy there. Sydney, bringing in USA. Angelica, bringing in Zambia. Let me join this one. Followed by the host country being brought in by Kibwana, Kenya. Karibuni Kenya.
Karibuni Kenya, ni nchi ya jua.
Yeah.
Jambo
Kesha is hosting. Bringing in the Kesha flag is Nasolo. Kesha members, where are you?
Karibuni Kenya, ni nchi ya jua. Jambo jambo bwana, jambo jambo rafiki. Kuja twende safari, tukaone wanyama, simba na wenzake wakilia. Karibuni Kenya.
Thank you. We couldn't be here without ICP bringing in the ICP flag. Let us all stand. That is why we are here is Maku. Join her in her beat. Look at how she's doing. Yeah. Good. I must escort her because she can't remain alone. Thank you very much. Let us give a round of applause to these girls that have brought in the flags Ladies and gentlemen, we have a total of 26 participating countries, bringing together almost 1,000 delegates. Let's clap for ourselves. Though we have come to Mombasa and we have forgotten time because we needed to start at 9, people are still coming in. Tomorrow, let us improve on that. Ladies and gentlemen, these flags represent the ICP family. And we want to thank God that after the pandemic, this is the first conference. Can we clap for ourselves that we are able to gather in this? And I want to thank ICP for recognizing and allowing Kenya to play host. But these flags will fill this space. So I want them moved. And they must be moved in style. And the style is asking all of you to stand up and dance with me as my team moves the flags to where they are supposed to be. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise. Give us a number. And please dance. If you don't dance, I'll come for you. I'll ask Peter Kent to join me here. Let's go.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata, tuimbe sote.
Hakuna matata.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata, tuimbe sote. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Yote wakaribishwa, hakuna matata. Kila siku, hakuna matata. Watu wote Kenya, hakuna matata. Karibuni, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Kila siku, hakuna matata.
Thank you very much. You can take your seats. Hakuna matata. Mnakaribishwa Kenya. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Ladies and gentlemen, we get into our first presentation, and I want to invite my partner in crime and partner in dancing, Mr. Peter Kent. This is your time to usher in our first speaker. Or you want me to give you time to rest a little? After that serious dancing? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Enjoy the first presentation. Welcome, Peter Kent.
Good morning, everybody. It is lovely to see you. That start reminds me of when I joined Kesha at their conference last year. It's a wonderful way to start a conference, but I feel like I need to lie down after all that dancing.
Peter, that is not the voice I know. Can you sit down? Please, just sit down. I've realized he's bado amehema. Waswahili wanasema amehema. He's still breathing after that heavy dancing. He's still breathing. And I want to give him time. I respect him. He's my immediate past president. So, he's an old man. And I decided to take him through very rigorous moves. Ladies and gentlemen, I had skipped a very important point, and as they say, when you realize you've made a mistake, you need to know how to get back. I'm just getting back. Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to be court-martialed. How can I start this function without the national anthem? Wow, hey, that was dangerous. We are going to have the team there play the national anthem and the East African anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise. The East African anthem.
Utaomba ulilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. Let us get seated. I want to call upon the Vice Chairman of Kenya Secondary School Heads Association. I know the chairman will have a session later, just to come and say brief welcome. 2 sentences. Two sentences. Try.
The ICP President, all the delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning at the back. Good morning, all of us. Welcome to Kenya, Hakuna Matata. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good student. 2 sentences. I would like, at this juncture, to welcome the person who has made us be here, the president of ICP, to also use 4 sentences to welcome us. President of ICP, Mr. Lynette Dan. Let's give him a round of applause.
Well, good morning to you. Good morning. Karibu in Kenya. That's 2, isn't it? Yeah. So, on behalf of the whole executive who's sitting in the front and all our honored guests, I welcome you very much to this conference. And always when we come to Africa, I remember South Africa, Cape Town a few years ago, and last year I was in Eswatini. You really know how to throw a party. Really. And thanks to the great band. Can we give a hand to the band? Because I will have the opportunity to talk to you later today, so I will keep it short. Enjoy your day, and thank you very much for coming here, and we'll see you.
Thank you. They are very good students. 2 sentences, 4 sentences. Thank you. Now I know my past president is well rested. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to once again invite Peter Kent to usher in our first speaker. Thank you.
Hello again. Indamuli just described me as quite old. I think we're the same age, Indamuli, actually. But I must say, I do a lot more dancing when I'm at conferences in Kenya than when I attend ones in England, and that makes them even more enjoyable. Our first plenary keynote is entitled Pathways for Leaders, for Learning and Learners. And I'm delighted to welcome to our convention Andreas Schleicher, Director for Education and Skills at the OECD. The OECD has transformed global education through initiatives such as PISA. Andreas' work in shaping educational policies worldwide makes him a pivotal figure in creating future pathways for learners across the globe. Over the years, I've had the honor of introducing keynotes from Andreas in Europe and also, I think, in China. So it's a particular privilege and pleasure to be able to welcome Andreas to our ICP convention here in Africa. Andreas, welcome and thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to your beautiful country. And the first thing I learned this morning is how to start a conference. And thank you also for inviting me to talk to this incredibly challenging topic, future pathways. None of us in this room knows the future. We don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow. And still, as a school leader, you have to live with the future today that you want to see in your learners tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, in 20 years down the road. That is our task, to build the future. And, despite all criticism, we're always, seeing the problems in education. We should be incredibly proud of what education has achieved. Almost anything that you can see around you is the fruit of education. Our culture, the way we communicate, our technology, our society, all of this has been built on the foundation of education. But we should also see that there are some important challenges our education has left us with. And we see them more and more clearly these days. The growing disconnect between our belief in infinite economic growth, and we see at the same time the finite resources of our planet, the disconnect between the financial economy and the real economy, the disconnect between the wealthy and the poor. And it's not just economic polarization. We see polarization in our labor market, in our societies, in politics. And all of that, comes back to the way we learn, what we learn, the disconnect between how we measure our progress and at the same time the well-being of people, the disconnect between what's technologically possible and the real social needs of people. And all of that is something that we need to take to heart. If we want to see a different world, we have to think about a different education, to create the pathways that lead young people to the future we want. So that's really what my talk is about. The pandemic has shown us that even relatively small disruptions, a tiny virus, can fundamentally shake the foundations on which our education systems are built. And the future will always surprise us. Climate change is going to disrupt our lives a lot more than this pandemic. And artificial intelligence puts to a test a lot of the things we've taken for granted. We know how to educate second-class robots, people who are very good at repeating what we told them. But in a time in which the kind of things that are easy to teach, easy to test, have become easy to digitize, to automate, we need to think harder. What makes us human? How do we complement, not substitute, the artificial intelligence we created in our computer? And you can fill that picture with so many more disruptors. Once again, none of us can predict the future. And often if you run behind the future you like, or the future you think is most likely, you run in the wrong direction. Being open to many scenarios, to different versions of the future. If we can build that in our learners today, the openness to different versions of the future, we will be better prepared for the future that eventually arrives. It's all about, finding the right balance between, keeping this world in balance, the sustainability agenda, and at the same time, helping people better to live in a world that is not constant, that is volatile, that is ambiguous. The biggest challenges of our time, in the past, things were easy. You could always look up to, the generation before us. The world changed slowly. You could, trust the people of the past to help you with the future. They know the world very well. They knew the future. Today, when you, speak with people from the past, you never know what they tell you is, timeless wisdom or just outdated bias. Living in a kind of imbalanced world is equally important. And once again, when you look at our economies, the kind of things that are easy to teach are disappearing. The routine cognitive skills are declining in importance. You can look things up on ChatGPT. And at the same time, technology-intensive tasks are on the rise. You put the two things together. That is the future of work. It's not so difficult to grasp, but difficult to internalize, to think through what are the consequences. Sometimes the way we manage our education system is in contrast to the kind of knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values that we will be needing for this future. And then you put artificial intelligence into this. And I know, AI has still many limitations. We complain that, ChatGPT never tells you where they get their answers from. They just throw some information at you and you say, that's it. And that's very frustrating. But that's just a limitation of the technology. That's not a limitation of artificial intelligence. That problem will be solved. Scientists know how to solve it today. If you think, 5 years down the road, ChatGPT and its many friends is going to get better in understanding you, interpreting what you say, understanding your questions. As the training data expands that we use in artificial intelligence, the capacity of artificial intelligence to interpret what you say is going to improve. And in the long term, that question of bias is there. Currently, artificial intelligence inherits the bias from people. If, the knowledge we feed into artificial intelligence is biased because humans are biased, then artificial intelligence will extrapolate, amplify that kind of bias. But who knows? Maybe one day artificial intelligence is going to get better than humans in understanding bias. Not the case today, maybe the case in the future. A few months ago, I was in China actually watching how they used artificial intelligence for classroom observations. And actually, after 1 hour, a computer could give you such an incredibly good readout of the quality of your interactions with your students. You could see, did I do justice to all of the students? Did I, pursue the pedagogies that I intended to pursue? Those are the kinds of things that artificial intelligence increasingly will be capable of. And maybe one day it will help us to become better. So let's not discount it yet. It can be an incredibly, empowering tool for learners, for teachers, for school leaders. But it can also be an incredibly disempowering tool. Now we can often become the, slaves of scripted algorithms that we no longer understand. If you, only use Google Maps to drive, you're going to lose your sense of orientation. If you only trust what you get, from Google or from ChatGPT, you may lose your capacity to distinguish fact from opinion, to navigate ambiguity and uncertainty. So how do we harness those powers and mitigate the risk? That's your agenda. That is the future pathways that we have to think about. Let me show you something really interesting. We wanted, at the OECD, we're trying to anticipate the evolution of artificial intelligence. And one of the things in which you can do that is you ask, artificial intelligence to do tests that we give to students. And we did that here with, some of the PISA tasks. You can see on average across the countries we work with, it's about 100 countries, you can see students get about 60% of the reading tasks right that we give them, and a little bit less, 50% of the mathematics tasks. Now, when we asked ChatGPT to do that in 2022, we could see, technology is actually very, very good at reading, managing information. That's what, large language models are born to do, they process information, do that better than humans. Mathematics is harder for artificial intelligence, simply because, you need to have some conceptual understanding, you need to be able to translate, a real world into a world of tools. That's not so difficult, not so easy for artificial intelligence. But when we did that 6 months later, you could see how artificial intelligence improved. And we did this a year later, and you can see even in mathematics, ChatGPT got better than humans, 15-year-old humans in the kind of world that we can measure. So this is the pace of change that we see, and that shows that we need to change the metrics that we use to look at success. We should, think about, what are the human knowledge and skills, how we make them visible. You can call it a race between education and technology. In the long past, before the first industrial revolution, neither technology nor education made a big difference for the majority of people. They lived self-sufficient on their farms, and they were quite happy without, all that education and technology. But then came the first industrial revolution, fundamentally disrupting our ways of working. And people were not ready for that. Technology got ahead of the skills of people and created huge amounts of social pain. People were not ready for this. They suffered really, really badly, the majority of people. And then we responded. We built our school systems. We tried to make people compliant with the norms of the industrial economy. And actually, it worked really well. It created generations of prosperity. It created an enormous amount of wealth. And suddenly, people got ahead of technology, could use it, and leverage it fully now. But if we're honest, we haven't really changed the educational paradigm since those days. And suddenly, we see the digital revolution doing once again the same thing. You can see technology moving vastly ahead of the capabilities of people. And we see that same social pain. You can see young people living with a university degree, studying for years, having difficulties finding a good job. And at the same time, employers tell you they cannot find the people with the skills they need. That disconnect is very, very visible today. So how do we create pathways for the future? Getting people, again, ahead of the technologies of our times. That is your agenda. That is our agenda. That is the agenda of education. And if we're honest, we haven't seen that much progress over the last 20 years. The gap between what our societies, economies need and what education provides has become wider, not narrower, over the last 20 years, at least according to the measures that we use at the OECD. If you ask yourself, in this world, what is the future? Some of the things I think are easy to agree on. If you think, what is education about? It should tell you, why you are here on this planet. What is important to you? That's, I think, something probably is easy to say. Education should help you, find identity, find, meaning, find, a sense of purpose, find the things you love to do. But that's not enough. Education should also help you to understand what you are good at or what you can become good at. And that's far from trivial. Some countries have tried to make schools like a supermarket, school students can choose all sorts of courses. But that's not necessarily a way to the future. That, can lead students to choose things that are easy to do or that are very popular on social media, not necessarily where their inherent talents reside. So for teachers, not to just be good instructors, to become good coaches, good mentors, good facilitators, good evaluators, people who help you understand your talents. It's far from trivial, one of the most difficult challenges of students, and it's still not enough. The third element is also giving young people a better understanding, what does society need from you? What can you make a difference in this world? Where you lose that sense of purpose, that sense of mission in the world, you're not going to be particularly happy. And I think in the last, 20 years, we have not paid very much attention to that. You have now a young generation that, understands the importance, of sustainability, of climate change, but there's not much room in school to help them, develop the skills they need for this. So finding this. And last but not least, how do you can actually translate better skills into, better jobs, better lives of people? Making that, economic disconnect. So it's a really, really complicated agenda there, and building pathways to that is an incredibly important challenge. And that's something that we are trying to do. Well, look, we measure progress in our PISA assessment. How far a country is advancing with this agenda. And, I want to start with the country that always comes out in our PISA rankings. Countries like Japan, Singapore. Now, when you look at, how well do students do on tests like mathematics, like science, like reading, problem solving, these countries always come out on top. I've given them 10 out of 10 points on our assessment. And often, that's where we stop. We publish that in the media, and then we say, this is the end of the story. But again, in the world in which we live tomorrow, this is not the end of the story. I want to show you some other aspects. When you actually look deeper in our last PISA assessment, Japanese students were not very happy students. The orange bar, psychological well-being, is quite short. Japanese students did not show much agency. What do I mean by agency? It's the capacity to not just know things, but do things. Can you mobilize your cognitive, social, emotional resources to take action? To translate what you knew and what you do and actually get it done. And that sense of agency is incredibly important in the world in which we live today. Now, taking responsibility for yourself, for other people, for the planet. And you can see, Japan could improve a lot. The blue dot is where the OECD average stands, the average of the countries that are members of the OECD. You can see Japan could do better on this. Look at the, dark green bar, resilience, emotional resilience. Can you reinvent yourself when the world changes? Yes, you can prepare yourself very well for tomorrow, but if tomorrow is different than what you expected, can you reimagine yourself? And you can see Japanese kids have a lot of difficulties with that. So what I'm telling you here is academic success is incredibly important. That's why we send children to school, to learn to read, math, science, and so on. But it's not the end of the story in the world of tomorrow. Young people have to learn to live with themselves, to live with people who are different from them, to live with this planet. Cannot, forget that. Let me show you another country. United Kingdom. You think it's different from Japan? Actually, pretty much the same picture. Doing okay on academics, not as good as Japan, but quite good. But you can see also there, kids are less and less happy. You can see, resilience, emotional resilience, the capacity to reimagine, rebuild, quite limited. So even in education systems that we think, build a lot of creativity and, agency, just so. Let me show you one more country. And that's an interesting one, Albania in Europe. The yellow bar is very short. On our PISA tests, Albanian students always come out pretty much close to the bottom. They struggle with mathematics, with science, and so on. But they are very happy children. The orange bar is very long. And you might think, well, maybe we have to make a choice in school. Either students are happy and then, they won't do so well academically. Or, we push them academically and they end up unhappy. But, it's not so simple. Actually, look at Denmark. In Denmark, you can see most of those bars pretty long. It's a school system that has, over many years tried to reconcile different dimensions of success and being quite good at. You can see Danish students are, doing quite well academically. They come out well on the, test questions. They're quite happy children. The orange bar is long. They show good agency. They are courageous. They are kind of good mobilizers. They can turn ideas into action, into innovation. They are quite resilient, being able to reimagine themselves. They show a good level of engagement with schools and, They show a good quality of social relationships. Student-teacher relationships in Denmark are actually very good. Students feel that their teachers understand who they are and who they want to become and how to accompany them as learners. And you can see openness to new ideas, different ideas, openness to diversity, understanding different ways of thinking, different ways of working. That's where innovation comes from. When you work with people who are different from you. We're all born with, bonding social capital. It's easy for us to work with people who think like us, who look like us, who work like us, and who come from our own kind of culture. And that's easy for us. That's how we are born. And it's really, really hard for schools to build that kind of bridging social capital, relating to people who think differently, who work differently, who have a different set of ideas, and being able to, respect that. And you can see in Denmark that openness is very well developed. So what I'm telling you here is, yes, it's not, one against the other. We can build a future actually on multiple kind of foundations, if we get the balance right. But the first thing is we have to see that balance. If we continue to look at educational success only through a very narrow lens, we only see a very narrow slice of the future. Broadening our perspective, broadening our lenses, I think is incredibly important to do that. Let me show you one more slide that I found really deeply troubling. In almost every jurisdiction for which we collected data, we found that 15-year-old students were less creative than 10-year-old students. If I would tell you your 15-year-olds do worse in mathematics than your 10-year-olds, you would say, well, they can't be. They are in school, they learn something, we build skills. But if we talk about creativity, that's what we see. Education can build things, but maybe education can also destroy things. And the reason I'm highlighting this is because we're all born with an abundance of creativity. If you have a 3-year-old son or daughter, they're going to question anything you tell them. They are going to, play with anything that gets into the hand. They're always willing to learn, always willing to unlearn, always willing to relearn when the context changes. Children are incredibly creative. But then we put them into school, we try to make them compliant with our ways of thinking, and maybe we lose some of that energy. At least that's what it looks like. I'm a scientist by background, and I must say, sometimes it breaks my heart how I see how we teach science like religion. We make people believe in some scientific theory, and then we give them lots of exercises to practice this, and at the end we test whether they remember the right answer. That has nothing to do with science. Science has never been about reproducing the wisdom of our times. Science has always been about questioning the wisdom of our times, thinking about the next frontier, building hypotheses, raising questions. And we're not so good at that in our times. In the world of ChatGPT, you're not rewarded for remembering answers. You're rewarded for asking the right questions. And that seems to be one of the challenges. What makes me optimistic is that, that gap is different in different education systems. And it shows it's not, developmental psychology or something driving those kinds of downward trends, but there's probably something in the way in which we work in education that we can do that. So when we ask people, why is it like this? We went to see school leaders, governments, lots of people to ask them about this. And you can see, the first question is, we already teach too many other things. We can't also worry about creativity. It's the overcrowded curriculum. We should be, developing fewer things in greater depth. That's the first thing. Lack of assessment. We don't look at creativity. We look at, the reproduction of subject matter content. And, that creates a system that rewards those kinds of mechanisms. And then last but not least, the third most important element is teacher training. People are not really good at developing creative skills. So we need to take those kind of dimensions to heart. But what I found really, really interesting is that when you, look at success in mathematics and science and ask yourself, relative to that, how do education systems come out in creativity? You can see some systems do much better than you predict. If you look to Chile, to Mexico, Mathematics, science, so-so. But on creative skills, they're doing actually really, really good. Australia is another of those things. To Asia, for example, you can see Japan and Korea are actually doing quite well on creative skills. But you can see, Hong Kong, Macau struggling with those. So even in one region of the world, strengths and weaknesses are differently playing out. And that's, again, why do I show you this? Because it means we can do something about it. This is not how people are born. It's very much about how we frame our educational effort around this. Another thing that's really interesting is, overall, education has done a really good job in closing gender gaps. If you test mathematics today, 20 years ago, boys would have been a lot better than girls. Today, it's come pretty close. Not true in creative thinking. Girls are a lot better in creative thinking than boys in most education systems. And we know why. Because girls are usually better in taking different perspectives. Understand, how people think differently, think different scenarios. Those are the foundations for creativity. And we can see actually it plays out. But once again, it has a lot to do with educational opportunity. We can build those skills among boys equally well. Last point on this is, can you make every school a creative school? And I found this incredibly interesting. When you look to Estonia in Europe, one of the world's most advanced education systems, one of the world's most innovative education systems. And what you can see is that there's almost no variability in school performance. Every school is a creative school. The closest school is always the best school. As a parent, you don't have to worry, where do I send my child? But you can pretty much rely on the system to actually give you a good education wherever you go. An incredible success at creativity is something that you can build in a very, very systemic way. In other countries, there's huge variability in performance. So that's what you see when you look at school league tables. What we often don't see is what's under the waterline, what's inside the schools. There's often huge variability in creative skills in schools. And teachers often don't see that. We don't see that future because we don't make it visible. That's why we have, I think, collectively to do so much better. What are the drivers of creativity? Let me say a few words about this because I think it's really very, very important. What are the attitudes? What are the social and emotional characteristics? And what are, the expectations of future learners themselves? When you look at the nature of creativity, the first thing is growth mindset. We looked at the extent to which young people see the sky as the limit to their future. That's on the horizontal axis. The more you are to the right, the more you are in an environment where students believe, if I study hard, I know my teacher is going to help me, I'm going to be successful. They believe they can overcome any barrier. If you're on the left, students believe that, success is about the intelligence I was born with. And if you believe in, intelligence as a kind of natural trait, why would you study hard? Nothing you can do about it. And interestingly, you can see education systems like Estonia that are very, very good in building that growth mindset among young people are also much more successfully academically. I know there are some exceptions on this chart, and we can talk about them. We've done a lot of research on that. But overall, you can say building a growth mindset among young people is a pretty good predictor for being successful academically. These self-related beliefs, that intrinsic motivation that we build among young people is one of the most powerful predictors for behavior. If all you can achieve in school is get young people interested, engaged, motivated, they'll go beyond what you expect from them. And you can see actually those things can play out really well. Sense of belonging. To what extent do students see school not just as a place where they go as a consumer of learning content, but where they feel a sense of identity, where they make friends, where they see, a sense of purpose. You can see Switzerland and Austria really, really good at that. School there is a place of a sense of belonging. You can look at a country like the United States, not very good at that. School has become a place of consumption. You go, you learn something, you go back, but it's not a place of social relationships. Many of the schools are far too large to build that kind of sense of community, sense of identity. So another thing to look at if we want to look at future pathways. Let's look at some of the attitudes towards creativity. One of the things we saw is, that you can see that students who are more imaginative, adventurous, were more creative. Students who were more open to other ideas were more creative. Students who had more experience with art. And what we have seen over the last, 10, 20 years is in many countries that space for creative skills, particularly in the arts, has been shrinking. Given up some of that. But as I say, for some of the future skills, as a good future predictor. And then, creative self-efficacy. That's, again, those self-related beliefs that are very important. Thank you very much. So you can see, actually, we know some of the ingredients, and some of them are not so difficult, actually, to develop. That's the interesting part. Once you understand it, actually, as a school leader, as a school, you can do something about it. Creating learning environments that give students more agency, that let them do things. You give young people the chance to do an experiment rather than just to learn about the results of that experiment, and they're going to memorize that for their lives, rather than just, for the next assessment. You can do that. Social and emotional skills. Now, curiosity is incredibly important. And what our data show is that some of the education systems that may be not so good on other things are very, very good in developing curiosity. Costa Rica came up first on that in our assessment. Who would have thought that? It's an education system where curiosity has been very much at the center. Persistence. If you want to be successful, you have to try and try and try again. A lot of success is not about, talent. It's about, diligence and persistence. Everywhere, it's true everywhere in life. And you can see, a country like Peru, students have gone through a lot of difficulties. Even, arriving in school sometimes takes, 2-3 hours for young people to get to school. And they have to persist with this. They have to persist with the school despite all challenges. And you can actually see is an ingredient that explains, why the Peruvian children are actually quite good on what it means to be creative. And I already mentioned perspective taking. Your capacity to understand that there are often different ways of looking at a problem. Can you think about a problem as a scientist or as an artist or as a philosopher? That capacity to look at things from different viewpoints, perspectives is very, very important. And you can see a country like Portugal has put a lot of emphasis on that. Can you think like a scientist matters more in Portugal than what you know in scientific content. Can you think like a philosopher? Can you think like an historian? Often in school we focus on having people memorize, facts and figures and names and places from history. It's not so important. But what is truly important is that you can think like an historian. Understand the narrative of how a society has emerged, how it developed, how it advanced, and sometimes, how things unravel when the context changes. Thinking like an historian is so incredibly important for all of us. That epistemic understanding, that capacity to think through problems through different perspectives, very, very important. You can see countries come out differently. Social skills. Indonesia, a country that is doing less well on individual problem solving. When you give students, tests where they have to solve problems for themselves, you can say they have a long way to go to catch up with advanced education systems. But when you give groups of students problems to solve, Indonesians do really well. They know how to collaborate. They know how to get together. Some years ago, we did that in the PISA assessment. We gave students problems which they couldn't solve on their own. They might have had to fly a rocket to the moon, and someone managed the fuel supply, somebody else in navigation. They had to work on this together. And you can see students struggled in many places. You can see some other countries have great difficulties with this. Assertiveness. Can you, explain your case, make your case? Once again, a country like Portugal, that concept of agency is very prominent in the Portuguese curriculum, and you can see it developed quite well. Stress resistance, can you manage your own emotions? Can you actually, again, comes back to resilience, and you can see students in Ireland have learned how to do that. I know in Ireland, many people complain, school is very tough on young people, they are subjected to very tough exams, but, sometimes those things help young people to build that stress resistance that they need in life today. And again, it's a big predictor of creativity. And you can see again, your capacity to take perspectives, one of the most powerful predictors of creative thinking. One of the reasons why girls are so much better than boys on creative thinking, curiosity, persistence, stress resistance, assertiveness, social skills, and managing yourself, managing your emotions. So you can actually see, once again, those predictors, once you understand them, are not so difficult to develop in tomorrow's education systems. So how to do that? I want to spend the last minutes to give you a brief sense of what we know about education. I know the first thought that we always have is, education is about money. We all need more money to make schools better. And you can see, on the horizontal axis, you see expenditure per student. How much do we invest per student? And on the vertical axis, you see the quality of outcomes. And you can see for countries that spend very little on the left side, money makes a huge difference. You spend a little bit more and you get a lot better outcomes. But, there comes a point when that is much harder to make that argument. On the right side, you can see there's almost no relationship between spending and learning outcomes. Sometimes it matters more about how we invest our resources. And as a school leader, you have to make difficult choices. You can spend your money only once. Do I pay my teachers better, or do I make my classes smaller, or do I add more instruction time, or do I give teachers more time for other things than teaching? These are really, really tough decisions to make. And often they matter more than the money that you have. How to believe? That's what the data show. One example here is incredible. You can look, the United States spends more than 10 times per student than Vietnam. And Vietnam does as well as the United States in learning outcomes. So money is necessary, but not, a good predictor for success. Time. The next thing that people will tell you is, well, in order to learn better, I need more time for mathematics or for science or for problem solving or for arts and so on. And you can see huge variability in learning time across countries. Now, you can look at Morocco. Students study for almost 50 hours per week. A lot of that in school, that's the blue bar, and actually a lot of that at home, or with tutors and all sorts of things. 50 hours. You look at Switzerland, less than 30 hours. Huge differences in the volume of learning time. But when you look at productivity, how much do students learn in every hour? You can see in Switzerland, they learn a lot in every hour. In Morocco, they spend a lot of time and learn very little. So volume of learning time, again, is not a good ingredient for success. It's much more about the quality of learning experiences that we create. And that, again, comes back to the question of school leaders. Creating learning experiences that lead people to their future, rather than just, adding more time to schooling. I know it's incredibly challenging. This is perhaps, and it's not just true in schooling. You can say this about our economies, our societies. Productivity is the biggest challenge everywhere, but certainly in schooling. Don't put students just for longer time into school. Think about how to make their experiences differently. Technology. Everybody these days talks about, how technology can transform learning. And there has been, you look at the last 20, 30 years, there's been an incredible amount of change that technology has introduced. Technology can make learning more personal, more individual. when you do a problem in mathematics, the computer can understand how you think, how you learn, and make your learning experience so much more granular, so much more adaptive, so much more interactive. And we do that today in our global PISA tests. We no longer give you one standardized test. We figure out very quickly during the assessment what you are good at and where you are, and then tailor the assessment to your abilities. And that's all possible today with technology. For teachers, you can get a much better sense of how different students learn differently. That's, again, it's huge strengths of technology, the diagnostics, the kind of formative feedback that teachers can give. Very close to my heart, I think, one of the biggest mistakes that we made in the history of education was to divorce learning from exam. Now, if you go back 1,000 years in history, maybe 500 years in history, learning and assessment were always integrated. We always learned through apprenticeship. We learned things by doing things. And when you made a mistake, someone would come to you, tap you on your shoulder and said, this is a mess, try to fix it, try to correct it. Learning and assessment were always one and the same. And then we industrialized schooling. We said to young people, you should pile up a lot of knowledge over many years, 10, 12 years, and then one day we're going to call you back and say to you, tell me everything you know in a very short period, in a very contrived artificial setting. We call that an exam. And that divorce between learning and assessment has created many of the conflicts that we see in education. That is what made learning superficial. That is what made teaching superficial. That is what led to the maximization of accumulation of content rather than the building of competence. Well, today with technology, we can reintegrate learning and assessment. While you study, you get that appraisal and feedback. Why do young people love computer games? Not because of the content of the game, but because of the assessment. There's a lot of research on that. Because of that continual feedback that they get. They're told, this is how you can better, and this is how you can advance, and so on. We can build that into our education systems. Now, reintegrating learning and assessment through technology. You can discover, you can learn, you can practice, you can create. And perhaps even more important, young people, older people can take true ownership over what they learn and how they learn and where they learn and when in their lives they learn. And if you'd ask me, what is the single most important thing to build pathways to the future? It's nothing to do with content. It's the capacity, the motivation of young people to move forward, to imagine, to learn. That, capacity to change. That is what history has always rewarded us. And this is true what we can build now. We can give young people that ownership over the learning process and that responsibility. And, you can do as good a job as you want in school if people, when they leave school, will not continue to rebuild their future, to continue to learn. Then, you're not going to be very successful in the world in which we live. We used to learn to do the work. That was the model of the past. In the future, learning is the work. And I think building that foundation is incredibly important, and it's possible now with technology. As a teacher, you can reduce administrative work with technology. You can, discover. Many teachers now use, ChatGPT for lesson preparation. Actually, there's some very good systems doing that. Assessment, evaluation, feedback, appraisal, all of those things work really, really well with this. And it's important. I want to just show you one piece of data on that. We ask ourselves, why are teachers so stressed? Actually, in most countries, teachers complain about workload, about stress, and actually some of that is exaggerated. Now, when you look at actual work data, they're not that bad. When you look at perceived workload, many teachers complain about stress. What drives that stress? Actually, the black line, adding one more hour of teaching, working with students, is not a big influencer of stress. Teachers don't get that much stressed by, working with students. The light green line, general administrative work, that gets teachers really stressed. They do things that they do not believe is related to their function. To work with children, to work with students. And that creates that stress. Or, marking, correction. And all of that is where artificial intelligence, where technology is becoming very, very good at. So actually, I think it's going to be a force that will help, super empower teachers and focus them more on things that actually matter, the social relationships. But, that's the promise. And a lot of people talk about, the wonders which technology can do. But, sometimes it's always good to make a reality check. First of all, here you can see the time that students spend learning in school, using devices for learning, that's the blue part, and using devices for leisure, that's the green part. And when you contrast that with the total time students spend in school, the blue dot, you can see in some countries, students spend more time online than they spend in school. Ukraine is an example. And for that country, of course, has very good reason for that. Many schools are still closed because of the war, so students have to learn online. But, they're not the only country. In many other countries, actually, the share of time that is spent online gets pretty close to the total school day. But you can ask yourself, is this a good thing or a bad thing? And the answer is not so clear. Let me show you. We looked on the horizontal axis, you can see the volume of time. On the vertical axis, the learning outcomes. And you can see, actually, when you use technology for learning, it's pretty flat. Some teachers, some schools, some education systems do a fantastic job with that. Many education systems, you can't really say that technology has become a game changer. Often, technology is used to conserve existing learning practices, not to transform them. And you never are very successful. You end up doing things more expensively, but not better. So, yeah, it can work, but it doesn't work everywhere. We have to, look at this much more carefully. And there's one more thing that I really wanted to show, because I think it's incredibly important. When students use technology for leisure, using their smartphone in school for, social media, homework, all of those things, it looks like this. It goes steeply downward in terms of learning outcomes. That is one of the challenges that we have to deal with. Overall, over the last years, we saw a decline in the PISA outcomes. Mathematics and science performance in many countries have declined. And, what was the explanation that people gave? Oh, we lived through the pandemic. The pandemic has declined or depressed schooling outcomes. That's a small part of the answer. This is the big part of the answer. Technology intensity. We have not become very, very good in school to use technology for good, and often, it detracts from learning outcomes. That's something I think you as school leaders will be confronted with. You'll have to find answers to this. You're not going to get those answers from the outside world. You may not get those answers from parents. In fact, you may have to spend a big part of your life, of your time, to help parents make better use of technology for their children. Very, very big kind of challenge that we ask ourselves, why is this? And the answer is not so difficult to understand. Students get more distracted when they use their own smartphone in school. They get distracted by using it themselves or because their neighbors use it. That's not so difficult to understand. What can you do about it? Well, we looked at, what about school leaders making policies in their school about the use of smartphones? Zero effect. Actually, students do not take much notice about it. Teachers don't take much notice. Okay, let's ask teachers. Negotiate the conditions under which smartphones can be used with your students. Zero effect. Students just ignore what their teachers tell them. The only thing that had a measurable effect was a ban on smartphones. But, if you go down that route, if you just ban technology in school, then, how do you get young people integrated into this world of technology? I think these are the really difficult decisions that you need to find. And actually, in our analysis, they're one of the most powerful predictors of success. They're one of the most powerful social dividers. Parents from wealthy backgrounds, they know those kinds of things. And they give their children wonderful alternatives. Parents from disadvantaged backgrounds, those are the kids who spend more time on their smartphones, according to our data. So technology could be a good equalizer, giving everybody fantastic learning opportunities. But the reality is, so far, it becomes an amplifier. So I think something we have to take to heart. And this is, really challenging. We ask ourselves, what made young people digitally literate? And actually, you can see when they read books in paper format, you could see they were more digitally literate than when they did not. So reading traditional books makes you not only book literacy literate, but technologically literate. When young people read books in digital format or articles on the internet, actually it worked against them. How can you explain that? And I can go even one step further. The best predictor for digital literacy was whether students had read books of 100 pages or more. Why is that? Digital literacy is not about using technology. Technology is something that every child now can use. 3-year-old, 5-year-old, if you give them a magazine, they will tell you, that's a tablet that doesn't work. They have that kind of innate capability. Technology is not the problem. The problem with digital literacy is that you have to, manage complexity. You have to keep focus on something when you get distracted. You have to distinguish fact from opinion. And that's not what you learn when you read short statements on the internet. That's what you learn when you engage with a text that is actually complex, that has multiple characters, multiple perspectives. But, very easy to say, very, very hard to do in the world of tomorrow. But you as a school leader, when you build pathways to the future, you have to ensure that young people continue to build those skills and make us human and do not get just the subject of digital systems. And it's not easy. Smart education is not about technology. It's also about how we can revolutionize, how we can transform teaching and learning using technology. The best technology is present, but not visible. It doesn't distract students. It's not about how much time students spend with the computer and the smartphone, but it's about how we leverage technology to understand how students learn and give them that appraisal and feedback. Using artificial intelligence to empower, not disempower teachers and learners. Giving you as a teacher the diagnostics to help you see how different students learn without, making you the slave of scripted algorithms that you do not understand. Very, very important. And what governments can do is we can create a more level playing field. We can do better in building standards for that. When we invented cars, soon after, we invented seatbelts. We invented road signs. We invented a whole infrastructure that made sure that cars work for us and not against us. And so far, we have done very little on that when it comes to artificial intelligence because that evolution is so fast. We just, sit back and, watch it. And the only people who will succeed with that are school leaders and teachers. I'm very, very convinced about it. It's not something, if you give that task, to government at the top level, it's going to take 20 years until you have a regulatory environment. They can set framework conditions. But the people who have to set those standards are the people at the front line. The faster the world moves, the more important is the local leadership, the leadership in the schools. You cannot solve those complex problems with long chains of command and control. You can only solve those problems at the front line. And I think that's really something that is very important. And let me conclude with one point. What our data very, very clearly show us that learning is not a transactional business. Learning is always a social, relational experience. What you could see in the PISA test is when you ask yourself, what helped young people succeed in the last 4 years with all of the disruptions, the pandemic and so on, is that sense that they had a teacher who knew who they were. They had a teacher who knew who they wanted to become, and they had a teacher who accompanied them on their journey. This is why education systems where teachers spend more time with students outside the classroom than inside the classroom were so successful during the pandemic. Because teachers knew their students. They knew how different students learn differently. Some education systems in Northern Europe is a good example, but you can also look to Japan, you can look to Indonesia. These are education systems where there's a large share of working time that teachers spend with students outside the classroom, in clubs, in social activities, as coaches and mentors. And during the pandemic, that had a huge payoff. And in the future, it's going to have an even greater payoff to build that kind of foundation. And that, is not just for learning, but you can see also for academic success. That was the biggest predictor of student success. And again, that social fabric is something that you as school leaders can and will build. It depends a lot on you, how you create a climate in school where the quality of relationship, and remember that was the red bar in the initial chart, is an outcome of education and not just an input. Where we value the quality of relationship really as the goal of education because it has so many implications. And this is my final chart. It just shows you one thing. During the pandemic, we ask ourselves, how were students supported? And you can see on the right side, in most countries at least, you could see that, we had, Zoom lessons, digital content, teachers were giving students homework. There was a lot of effort made in many countries to make sure that students have access to learning resources to continue their studies. And actually, if we're looking backwards, it worked reasonably well. Yeah, many people were unhappy with the experience during the pandemic, but overall, if you look, on balance, most education systems that we have, looked at, did a reasonable job in making sure that there was some continuity in learning experiences through materials. But, when we look at social interactions, it's look very different. Just one element here. We ask ourselves, to what extent did teachers show an interest in individual students? And what you can see on the last bar is only 13% on average across countries of students said, my teacher asked me how I am. It's not a difficult question to ask, how are you? But it was a question that got lost in education systems that have increasingly become transactional. And once again, education systems where that question was not just asked in 1 or 10 or 1 or 15 times, but actually every day, where the education systems where students continued learning, where we didn't see that growing social gap in learning experiences. So once again, making learning a social experience, not just a transactional exercise, is very, very much about building pathways to the future. We need to have better metrics. No, that's also, I think, really, really important. And school leaders, the tools to actually, mobilize and do this. We need to build those kinds of metrics. We need to build that kind of support. But what international comparisons show us always that some countries are much further advanced. We can see that within countries, some schools are much further advanced. This is a lot that we can learn from and with each other. Thank you very much.
Through? There we go. Just before Andreas leaves the stage, on behalf of all of us, I wanted to pass on sincere thanks to Andreas for challenging us, but also for inspiring us. Andreas, thank you for reminding us that the future will always surprise us. But the challenge is, how do we manage it? How do we manage it? You have reminded us that education is not just about artificial intelligence and the latest technology, but it is also about passion and creativity. And you also gave us that closing thought that is so important to all of us here, that the faster the future moves, the more important our role is as school leaders. Andres, we want to pass on our sincere thanks to you. I have a gift here on behalf of the convention, not just our convention bag, but also very appropriately, given you've spoken about the role of creativity, this beautiful piece of carving from the Akamba Wood Carving Cooperative that a number of us visited locally recently. Thank you, Andreas.
Thank you so much.
Thank
That's
you.
very kind of you. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
again. We are going to now welcome to the stage someone who is going to tell us a little bit about the way in which we are going to make that constructive use of artificial intelligence that Andreas challenged us with during his powerful keynote. Gabriel Rashid is a visionary in redefining education through innovation and technology. As co-founder of the Learner Space and headmaster of the Global School in Argentina, he is leading transformative changes in how we educate future generations. Gabriel's work, including his book, The AI-Powered School, showcases his dedication to integrating AI and other innovations into education, making him a leading figure in crafting future learning pathways. And during this convention, Gabriel will involve all of us in using AI and to process feedback that he collects from us. So I'm going to invite Gabriel to come forward and tell us more about how we're going to be using AI during the convention. Thank you. Let's give Gabriel a round of applause.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, everybody. That's exactly right. We, following up on what Dr. Schleicher just shared with us, AI should empower and not disempower. So we are going to try to use these tools to give you a voice. One of the greatest revolutions brought forth by the advent of AI applications is that it finally does enable to give a voice to everybody. In this case, in our conference, we want to make it as interactive as possible. So without any further ado, I've got this, yeah. Okay, so if you scan that QR and you take your phones, that's going to take you to a page that we have prepared with 3 questions for you. The first one is about the country of origin. The second one is about your vision for the future of learning. Then we ask you about what you think the impact of AI will be in schools. And finally, we ask you what are the key themes and topics that you think are relevant, most relevant right now in education. So I'd like to take 3 or 4 minutes right now for you to try to answer those questions. We are going to use AI to compile those answers. We are going to also give you some insights per country so that we see what the vision is for the different countries. We're going to aggregate that for our whole group of participants. So let's take 3 minutes for you to do that right now, and then I'll share with you how we're going to interactively compare what the speakers are saying with your opinions, and how we'll also be summarizing everything that happens now. So let's take 3 minutes and do this now, if you can access it. Are we getting in? No? Wi-Fi. Okay. Maybe what you can do then is copy the URL, take a photo of the URL underneath the QR code, and then maybe as we go along the day, we can take turns and use it. Take turns. Still unable to access? Has anybody been able to access? Well, we should have thought that if everybody was trying to access this, it was going to crash. Okay. We're being disempowered right now, but let me show you something else then. Marcus, can you access the convention page there, please? So this is the URL where we will be summarizing every one of the speakers' presentations. Dr. Schleicher's presentation is already summarized there. So if we can access that. Yes, there we go. Can you reload, Marcus, please? Okay, can you scroll down now? There we go. So hopefully as your answers trickle in, we'll be comparing what you are suggesting, your ideas, with some of the speakers. So if you scroll down, you can see that we've already summarized Dr. Schleicher's talk. It's all there. So just a few minutes after each speaker's presentations, if you also want to copy that URL, we will be posting summaries of every one of the presentations there so that they're immediately accessible for your best learning of all that transpires in the conference. So that at least is working. That's done. So what I suggest you do, if you were able to copy the URL for our previous question set, at any point during the day, if you can access there and give us your answers, hopefully when it's not as clustered as it is now, we'll be able to process your answers and gain insights from yourselves, which we think are so important in terms of informing what we do here at the conference. So thank you very much. Peter, I don't know what the next order of business is. In the Muli. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much, Peter, my age mate. Thank you for the work, for taking us through. We want to get to the sponsor, the Lion sponsor. Nancy Wangombe, are you in? Where is she? Can you get her, please? As we prepare for Nancy to come, immediately after her presentation, we shall break for brunch. That is our tea break, which we hope will be slightly heavy than normal, because I want to prepare you psychologically that our lunch will be too late in the afternoon. So make good use of the brunch time. At the time we are out, there will be some rearrangement of the seating, especially in front here, for purposes of taking in the guest of honor. And we would request that we don't waste so much time. We come back on time. Nancy Wangombe from Solvis Coaching Group, you have 15 minutes. Please. I know you can talk. 15 minutes. Let us put our hands together for this lovely lady with her program. It's an amazing program. Fine. Let's clap for her. She's carrying some. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity to interact with the learning world, the global learning space. Sorry. My name is Nancy Wangome. I was born and raised in Nyandarua County, which is the highlands of this country. And this opportunity is fantastic. I'm grateful for the opportunity. And I could do a lot of things, maybe even thinking about the cost of the opportunity. But this morning, I simply want to introduce myself to you. I would like to share my story with you. I hope to connect with you at a personal level. Only then, as the former speaker has spoken about, when there is a relationship, can we begin to influence. And so, without understanding my story and what I am about, to attempt to influence the learning space would be to preempt. But I would rather form relationship. I would rather share who I am. I would rather share what I believe in, and even how we got here to this opportunity. In the early 90s, which is when I was born, I was taken to a doctor. I was around the age of 4, and I was tested for so many things because I used to cry a lot. And the late doctor, Dr. Kihuga, said, she's not sick, she's hungry. And so my mother's like, what do you mean? And the doctor took my hand, stepped outside, and bought me some mandazis. Now, this story of being hungry and crying about it would recur in my teenage years. And at the age of 15, after my mother observed that I had a lot of mood swings, she told my father she needs to be checked and she needs some hormonal balance. And my father said, Nancy is right. She's just fine. That's only because he was never home. He did not witness the mood swings that would happen between in the morning I'd be very jovial and very happy, and then in the afternoon around 3 I'd be crying my eyes out and I'd be mad about everything. Now, fast forward to the year 2020 when we had Corona, I had a meeting with a smart woman. Her name is Dr. Mitahi. And in 4 hours, we analyzed my life. I was troublesome at the places I was working at the time, which was her office. And she said, Nancy, I want to know what is going on with you. And after 4 hours of conversation, it became evident I had never eaten to my full. And I was 28 years old. I had never eaten to my full. I had never said, I've had enough, take this away. It had never happened in my life. And I was 28 years old. And so we were both curious because I ate even 6 meals a day and I still wasn't satisfied. And I was in fat. So her biggest concern was, turn around, Nancy, let me see you. But you weigh less than my daughters, but you eat this much. And, this was the truth. I ate a lot of food, but I was never satisfied. And, I had a hint. Whenever we would have food, I would feel that I have had enough of these potatoes and these vegetables, but I still wanted grapes and olives and avocados, and I wanted more, always. And so this woman went downstairs. No, actually, she called her husband, right? Because, I had let her know, I had tried to explain to my parents and my brothers that I am hungry. And we need to have somebody in the house cooking all the time to help me become full or satisfied. And they had said, you're just too much. You're just too much, Nancy. And so this woman called her husband, who was downstairs, and she asked him for money. And she said, Nancy, since we are in the Corona period, and your mother is therefore at home, and everybody is at home, I'm going to give you money that will supply you with anything you want for a month. And since they don't want to employ somebody to cook, you can call somebody to come and prepare the food, and your mom can cook it for you. And I was like, so she gave me 25,000 Kenya shillings. And my mother was like, all right, since you've gone to this trouble, we're going to sit down, we'll develop a menu, and ladies and gentlemen, for the next 30 days, I had 0 mood swings. I had no tantrums. I was not rude. I was not unbearable. I did not cry. And yet, I still had a difficult relationship. I was running my company, and everything else that could go wrong was going wrong, but my diet had been taken care of, and they listened to me and what I want. In the education sector, one of my discipline cases in Buruburu Girls was that I would go for second round food before everybody else was served. and Mrs. Kimuya has retired, but she would, what she asked them was very valid. She said, does she throw away food? And the answer was no. She finishes her food, right? And so with this woman's help, I began to study my physical needs. And I realized that the African indigenous foods filled me. That they were more nutritious for Nancy And they meant a stable individual who could produce results, perform optimally. And I had traveled into many countries. I had come to such, fantastic places such as this. And I had gone hungry while there was a lot of food around me, because I would ask them, do you have cassava? And many of them would not have cassava. They would have other things on the menu. And I want to mention that I have found out in helping myself that a lot of conditions in the world have to do with nutrition, what we're putting in our mouth. But more importantly, learning is affected by what we eat. The reason why I had mood swings is I have a hyperactive mind. The Kenya Institute of Special Education diagnosed that I am autistic, of the spectrum that is higher performing and hyper this and hyper that. And so my requirements of nutrients were higher than the normal person, I would say. And this discovery has enabled me to go on to do some research on other foods that are fantastic for fixing arthritis, pressure, high blood pressure, diabetes. And ladies and gentlemen, after this encounter, I went for 3 years without ever being unwell, without ever having a cold. So the discovery here and what my company has been about for the last 18 years, what I've been studying is individuals and how they perform. And that for an individual to perform optimally, what I have found, there are 7 pillars. Number 1, there is spiritual intelligence. This is an area that is rarely tapped into. It's a lot of underutilized resources. When I was 7 years old, we were going to school with my cousins. And it was a very cold morning. And my cousin Lucy tells us, last night I dreamt our mathematics teacher died. We're walking to school. We actually just right on the gate. And when we got to it was on a Monday morning, and when we got to parade, the announcement came, Mr. Karume died last night. Now, we were shocked. A dream that had come true. Spiritual intelligence is an angle that a lot of education and a lot of learning spaces do not explore yet. They are connected to our full potential. I have asked Mary this morning, is the president coming? But I was asking this question because I already knew the answer. I had a dream and he wasn't going to come. He was going to send a representative. And the man kept insisting, I am William Ruto in my dream. I said, but you're not. But he was coming to represent the president. So when I asked Mary downstairs a few minutes ago, really, I already knew the answer. Spiritual intelligence. We all have it, but for majority, it is underutilized. Yes, it's not talked about, yet it is central. It is central to our learning, our development. Thank you so much. I needed that. I have just 5 more minutes, people. Now, so spiritual intelligence. Number 2 is mental wellness, which has to do with the beliefs that we hold and whether or not we have met with the truth. Mental wellness. Lies can cause people to become depressed. If you believe a lie, that can be the cause of underperformance, struggles, and problems. Number 3, emotional intelligence. I am highly energetic, so therefore my emotions are like this. It takes me much more energy to control them. And I've had to master the art and to understand where my emotions come from and attend to them. And it's part of learning. Part of the reason why I did not do I had a B+ in high school, which is, like 10 points out of 12. But I knew I was an A student. But my lack of emotional intelligence wasted a lot of my time. Number 4, I want to talk about talents. The number 4 pillar is talents. Nobody has taught me to speak the way I'm speaking to you. I began to speak when I was very little, and I was told, shut up, you say too much, you're like a radio. It was just a gift I had. It's just a gift. Nobody taught me. And this is something that in the future of learning and learners in this global space, we must be able to recognize and support talents and gifts. Number 5, which is an important part that I wish William Ruto was here to listen to because he spoke about it in the climate summit, is resource management. Africa has about 2 billion useful plants that are not being used. I have counted quite a number on my way here. This is one of them. A lot of you probably used toothpaste this morning. I just cut this from a tree. And I'm pretty sure I did a better job than the toothpaste you used. I have tried. I've compared. So we have a lot of resources that our students are not learning about. Resources that grow and fall and rot without being leveraged. I have made a lot of money in the last 2 years out of collecting herbs and shrubs. And, I have just learned that we have another thing here in Africa that is going to be fantastic for autistic children and, healing Alzheimer's and a number of other. This is pure cold-pressed avocado oil. I have added no chemicals. I simply took the time to extract it. We have so many resources in this continent that we're not leveraging, that we could be sharing with our friends from the America, to the UK and everywhere else. Fantastic products that will cure diseases, will make your hair grow. This hair probably grew in 2 years. I used avocado oil and aloe vera. A lot of resources, so resource management. Number 6 is self-leadership. There is no career in the world, that is called personal development expert. I haven't met them, they may be there, but I coined the word. I developed my own pathway. And it is important as people in the spaces of learning and teaching that we allow individuals to create their own pathway. I realize that in my company, and you will notice because if you come to my booth, I'll be alone, is that people are not working in their line of gifting. So every time I interview a person, I just go discover yourself. Because I know you can do better than this. And so, I am doing this. I became a personal development expert to train people so that we can then work together in my company. Finally, physical wellness is what I've spoken about, which has to do with food. What we put in our mouth is affecting how we learn. I have never come across a problem I cannot solve. That is why I had the high demand of food and nutrients. Because every problem that is presented before me, I solve it. And so therefore, I utilize my nutrients that have to do with the use of the brain, so much so that I have to be supplied with a serious amount of those nutrients every single day. Finally, to tell you a story about last year, before I met the president at the climate summit, I was diagnosed with arthritis. And the young doctor told me, you will never heal from this. It is a lifestyle disease. This is how it's going to be for the rest of your life. Now, I like to play basketball. So I told him, listen, I don't know what you're talking about, but I need to heal from this because I'm going to go play basketball. And so for me, for a doctor to say that, I have a problem with our system of education a little bit. Arthritis is as a result of a certain deficiency of nutrients. Now, if the nutrients are depleted globally, you can tell me I will never heal. But young man, these nutrients are everywhere outside here. So I went home, and then the first thing I did, I used spiritual intelligence. So I asked God, so what am I doing wrong? How come I can't move around, and I'm 30 years old then, 30. And he said to me, in a dream, you jump around like a baby, but you're not eating right. So I changed my diet. In 2 months, when I met the president, I was up on my feet, jumping around, very much okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I share this story. Stretch out a hand. I do not know your experience in your countries. I hope that this becomes the start of sharing experiences in our different countries and our reaches and resources, that we may forge bonds that allow us to grow together and perform optimally. Thank you very much. I think my time is up, yeah?
Thank you very much, Nancy. I think I'll have to come and see you on how to interpret my dreams, how true they can become. Nancy has, there is a booth. When we are out there, please let us interact with her.
My contacts. Nancy Wangome, 07, this is my local line, 0714464183. If you search www.solviscoaching.org.
Slowly. Enda pole pole.
All right.
Thank you.
All right,
I'm
yes.
told it will be put on the website.
Yes, so you'll get it on the website, but 0714464183. If you say Nancy Wangome anywhere on the internet, you'll find me somewhere.
Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. And she can talk. The last time I met her, I invited her to share with a few members of the local organizing committee. I gave her 3 minutes. It was difficult to stop her for almost 1 hour. And she had told me, I will just take 3 minutes. I'm rushing to another program. So I have to be very careful next time. Gabriel, just 2 minutes to give a solution to what we were dealing with, please. Yep.
Okay, if we could just put up the URL again for the questionnaire. It seems to be working now, and several entries have already got in. So if you could keep insisting, that would be fantastic. And I will take advantage of this moment. I'm like Nancy. I have the mic now, so I have the power. On the back of your card, you'll see you have a QR code. That QR code is going to take you to a folder in a shared drive where we're going to put up all the presentation summaries, and when the speakers give us, we will put in the presentations, and we will also put in Nancy's contact information. So we'll create, a nice a PDF so you can go directly to her website, her Instagram, and whatever she sends us. So don't worry, all the information will be there. It's an open drive for you to take everything from there. There's also a folder with photos, so I'm going to see if we can start putting up photos, so you have a few.
Thank you. So those who are asking me, how are we going to get the printouts? It is paperless. So no paper. Thank you very much. We are 7 minutes into our branch. I will not add 7 minutes because we've left 7 minutes late. We expect you back 10 minutes to 12, because at 12 sharp, we start the next program. Thank you very much. Enjoy your branch. It is being served on the exhibition side. We'll go down and go to almost where we had the cocktail yesterday. Thank you very much and good day. Screen for his presentation. When he wants to speak. Iroro mna kutuliza ikimwili.
Chaboso kimewekwa au
Keweza light. Araduka sasa. Daga sasa kuna tuliza. Yes? Yeah? No, he didn't.
Washed away. Just as long as I'm here in your arms, I could be in no better place. You're simply the best, yeah. Better than ever, better than anyone I've ever met. I'm stuck on your heart, and I hang on every word you said. Oh, testify, no. Baby, I would rather be there. Each time you leave me, it's losing the time. Walking away with my heart and my soul. I can feel it even when I'm alone. Oh, baby, gonna come.
Edu.
Better than all the rest.
Edu.
Better than anyone.
Two, check. Sengi batengi bekanga sema kengeni angi poni luto.
Hello.
Sengi batengi bekanga sema kengeni angi poni luto. Osi oloba nanganina masienka como zo baba. Semuka no moya, Osi olobo nanganina, masienka como zo baba. Semuka no moya, Osi olobo nanganina, masienka como zo baba. Semuka no moya.
Thank you. Let us give a round of applause to the band. And I'm watching. Next time anybody standing must be dancing. If you are not dancing, I have a team of people who will be taking note and charging you a few dollars. Yeah. So after break, when you come in, sit down. If you are not sitting down, please be dancing. Thank you very much. I want to take the next few minutes before I invite the next Matthew to introduce the next speaker to communicate the following. Our guest of honor is already around. The ICP president and Kesha chair are going to meet him. So you may not see the ICP president here. So they are going to meet him down from the airport up to where he's going to rest a little before coming here. Then he'll finally come here. So it is important to manage time very well. We will want to make the program at that time very short. One, we will have 3 pieces of entertainment. We will have some traditional dancers from the coast region. Then we'll have Mamangina High School giving us a number that participated in Kenya Music Festival. And then the band will give us, band, I hope you are listening. You will give us one short number, then we get into the closing program. After the end of it all, as I said, we will be having a session for tree planting. Already we have buses around. We had said all council members to join the guest of honor in the tree planting, and any other guest that would be ready to go and participate in the tree planting. Let me just see by a show of hands how many would be ready to go and join us. Yeah, that is nice. So the moment I announce, let's go and take the bus, please go and take the bus. Your lunch can delay so that we release the guest of honor. After planting, we come back and join the others who will be taking lunch at that time. Those who missed the AI program yesterday, we saw it had a lot of interest. There will be a continuation of the same. As people go for tree planting, those will have gone. Others go for lunch. The others also can remain to be taken through what Gabriel and Brad were doing yesterday. Isn't it so? Very good. There will be presentation of a gift to the guest of honor. It will be very brief by the chair of Kesha and the president together. But there is a special gift from India to the guest of honor. I will ask Madam Indu to, at that time, to come closer. And we will allow you only 1.5 minutes to say what you want to say about the gift. 1.5 minutes. Then you present the gift and it ends there. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 minutes past 12. At least we have saved some 10 minutes there. Allow me to invite Matthew, the General Representative, and from Australia, to bring in the next speaker. Matthew, welcome.
Thank you. Our next keynote, with the title, Growing Future Leaders in an Ever-Changing World, we welcome Professor Laban Ayero, Vice-Chancellor of Daystar University, a leader in Kenyan academia and a key figure in Kenyan education for decades. His leadership and academic contributions continue to shape the future of education in Kenya, making him a central figure in the development of education pathways. Welcome, Professor.
The leadership of ICP visiting delegations to the Republic of Kenya, the Fourth Estate, the political leadership that is here, our education fraternity. I would like first of all to appreciate this invitation to this conference. And I must admit, I did not think I would get this honor to share my ideas about growing future leaders in an ever-changing world in the education sector. I want to start off by just reflecting what goes through my mind anytime I am engaging principals, because I've also had the privilege to run many schools in Kenya, and particularly perhaps one of the best schools in the country. So I know what it is, I know what it takes, and I know the challenges that you are facing. So it gives me an opportunity to be able to share those ideas. Now, what does growing future leaders in an ever-changing world mean? First of all, those of us from Africa, the biggest shock wave is the economies of our countries. And because of that, we have many budget cuts. And sometimes I worry how you're going to really plan for this future, where you're going. I run a private Christian university, so the setup is very different. We are not dependent on the national treasury, and so we have learned how to create relationships and build resources on our own. And I think that is a major difference. If you could go to the next slide. Creating future leaders within the education sector requires dynamic and adaptable approach. Dynamic and adaptable approach. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to share my thoughts and strategies that will enable us to create future leaders from our students, from our faculty, and from the community as a whole. I will not define leadership because I know this is beyond a postgraduate class, so I know most of you will go with me even as I meander from one area to the other. So the first area, and I want to thank Andrews, he did quite a lot of work, is emphasizing critical thinking and problem solving. So future leaders must be able to think critically and solve very complex problems. That means that educational curriculum should focus on fostering these skills through problem-based learning, real-world problem solving, and encouraging questions and exploration. I think that is obvious, that there's need for us to be flexible if we are going to engage with critical thinking and problem solving. And I'll be giving some examples as we go along. What do I mean by critical thinking and problem solving? I think our continent, particularly Africa, and maybe perhaps the others, even the States, UK, we are all grappling with the education system. And my hypothesis is this: if you look at that graph, if we base our trajectory on the past growth rate, that will mean there will be very little growth, and you can see how classes are bulging across the education sectors of the country seated here. So, if you are a critical thinker, you will not base your trajectory on past growth rate or the present growth rate. If you do that, then we will have terrible predictions. And Kenya, we are going through that. We are having a terrible prediction around the CBC in the country, because the assumption was that we can reform a system based on the existing structures and in the present. So we are not futuristic. And I was lucky, I was one of the people who did an evaluation of the pilot study of CBC, and we indicated to the government then that it would be very difficult to implement this program just because of the state of our economy. And then we rushed it on. You know how political decisions are made. After the study gives results, decisions are made differently. It was rushed. And now, I think as a country, we are in a huge dilemma with the junior secondary in the country. We don't know where those people are going. They are neither 844 nor CBC. And it is a tragedy. So what am I saying? If we don't engage in critical thinking and problem solving, if we don't engage in evidence-based policy formulation, we are going to make bad predictions like we are experiencing as a country. So the second, we must promote lifelong learning. So the world is evolving rapidly, and leaders must be committed to continuous learning. And so schools and universities should instill a passion for learning, emphasizing that education doesn't stop at graduation. Continuous learning. And the heads, the principals who are here across the world, my big advice is that please engage in continuous learning, because leaders must be readers. So if you are a leader, if God has given you the task of leading, then you must be able to read constantly as part of your engagement in that position. Now, all the people who have come before me have talked about emotional intelligence. I only want to add one word: cultivating emotional intelligence. And it is very crucial for leadership. So the messy matters of the heart are very, very important. Don't rely on the hardware of the brain. You must engage the messy matters of the heart. And so you must focus on developing students' ability to understand and manage their own emotions, as well as empathizing with others. And this will require social emotional learning programs and activities that allow for collaboration and communication. Ladies and gentlemen, even the crisis we have just walked out in Kenya did not rotate around the IQ of the leaders. No. All those people are very intelligent. It rotated around the messy matters of the heart. Emotional intelligence. So, if God has blessed you in quotes, and you're putting on a watch of $1,000, you know, your IQ allowed you to get money and did all those, and you bought the watch. But your EQ should tell you, anytime you're in public, you should pull the watch upwards, like that, so that the press does not capture that watch. I mean, your EQ must be in the grave. If you have the audacity to tell a nation that my watch here is about $1,000, and in a country where Kibera slums, where I was born and raised, people don't have toilets. Yeah. So all you're doing is you're triggering hatred and revenge. That doesn't mean you're not a lawyer, or you're not a professor, or you're not a teacher. You have the IQ, very high IQ, but your EQ is in the grave. So I wanted to put it to you, even as principles of institutions. That job you hold is not about positional equity. It isn't. It is a privilege given to you by your people, and of course, initially by God. So you should have the temerity to know that I have come to serve in that institution, not to be served. That takes emotional intelligence. So I like showing this depiction of the iceberg. That is the iceberg. The IQ is the tip of the iceberg. That's what people see. They're seeing principles of schools across the world here. That's what we are seeing. But how effective you are in that school really depends on your emotional intelligence. And that is hidden below the sea, inside you. So what is the struggle in life? The struggle in life is to lift that iceberg, that mass, that iceberg, so that the EQ comes to the surface. And when I see you, I am seeing both your hardware of the brain, and I'm also feeling your heart. Sounds difficult, but it isn't. So, as a professor and a vice chancellor, the trappings of office are there. You know, you have vehicles, you have drivers, you have security. I don't have, but you have all those things. The trappings of power are there. But you should be wise enough to know that you are in that position to serve those students. So even when I'm leaving my office and I find students crowded at the reception, I retreat back and I call them in the office. And I want to know what's the problem. One says, I've not had a meal since 2 days ago, because the parents can't afford. One says, I can't get an exam card, so I can't do the exam. One says, I'm having a relationship problem. One says, I've been pushed into drugs. Those are not interesting things to listen to. But if your EQ is high, you know that's where you start to connect with those students in terms of relationships. My question I'm posing to the principals in this gathering is, where is your EQ? And Waswahili wanasema tafakari kwa hayo. In other words, I don't want an answer. Just you search your heart and find out where you are. So if I just, next slide, if we show, this is a mind map. I love mind maps because I teach statistics and research methods. So I love mind maps. It helps me to master things very quickly. So if you look at that mind map, emotional intelligence has the following constructs, these ones. So we have self-awareness, which is very, very important, motivation, empathy, social skills, and self-regulation. We are not having a class on emotional intelligence, so I'm not going to those details. But you must have the needed social skills. So when the local MCA, the local ward representative, sub-county representative wants to see the vice chancellor, you must have the social skills to welcome him, to reply to his SMS or his letter and say, I am not available, I'll be in Mombasa, but I'll be coming back tomorrow. Can you come in the afternoon? Your social skills tell you you're an African, like me, so when he's coming for the meeting, you have a lot of chai, mandazi, samosas, and you start with those. You bring down his hunger and anger. And then you start the conversation. But if you think this is somebody who hardly has a secondary education, and I'm a vice chancellor or a professor, you are lacking in social skills, and then they begin to give you problems. And I can go through all those. But how do we apply application of emotional intelligence in leadership, in personal development, and in mental health, in conflict resolution, and in teamwork? Ladies and gentlemen, where you are sitting today, it is your IQ that gave you that job. You are bright. You have a degree, master's, PhD. But how long you will stay in that job and how well you'll perform as a leader, EQ must be switched on. So I normally tell people, your IQ gives you the job, but your EQ will see to your promotion. Yes. So when I went to Daystar in 2019, I came from Moy University as an acting vice chancellor, and I don't want to go into that because many things happen that I moved. And when I moved, the World Bank called me and gave me a job, and then I got a strange call. Somebody I don't know up to today who said, the job at Daystar has been advertised. Please apply. And then I tried to call back. He never picked the call again. You must have the social deftness to survive in crisis. That has nothing to do with your degree, your intellect. It has something to do with your emotional intelligence. So many people would have told me, and they told me, why don't you go to court? Go to court. How can these people remove you on these grounds, and so on and so forth? I said, I will not do that. Now, that decision is about emotional intelligence. And if you're a man like me, you have a wife, and you know, it doesn't matter how tough a man is. When you are now left, you and your wife, she tells you all the things she has thought about you. And so she kept on looking at me and asking, so what are you doing about this? How foolish can you be? And I'm sure in her mind she was also sitting, praying to God and saying, God, of all the men in this world, this is the one you gave me. You know, men would not do that. Men would really comfort the wife if she was having a problem in the leadership. But your wife wants to see the man in you at that particular time, the man in you. So you need a lot of emotional intelligence to maneuver and navigate those crises. Next slide. And Andros, I think, had a slide similar to this. It's an emphasis. This is a study I did when I was doing my postdoc studies at Texas A&M in the US. And I was giving psychometric tests to heads of schools so that we would assess the emotional quotient, or the EQ, against the performance. Performance, not results only. The goodness, the wellness of the school. And you can see that scatter diagram, the line of best fit, the R squared there is at 0.662, which means 66% of performance in that good school could be attributed to emotional intelligence. That's why somebody who has a first degree in a high school and is dedicated, or doesn't have a degree, like the late Griffin in Kenya at Starehe Boys Center. Griffin did not have a degree, but he created one of the most, what you'd call, highly rated schools in Africa. And when he left, when God called him, many of us have gone there with masters, with PhDs, and we have found it very hard to run Starehe Boys Center. Yeah. I'm talking about emotional intelligence. I had the privilege to work with the late President, Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, in his school on Langata Road. I was the founding principal there. It's called Sunshine School in Nairobi. And I worked with him for 8 years. That was his personal school. And if you asked me, how did a class 8 run this country for 24 years? Na saa hizi simunaona? Yes. How did a class 8 do it? I can only tell you one thing. I can only tell you one thing, that Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi had a very high EQ. A very, very high EQ. He was very empathic, he was authentic, and his communication was mysterious. Until you are not sure what he's saying, you have to guess yourself. That is in the realm of EQ. So ladies and gentlemen, what I'm saying here is this, that going into just look at Kenya today, you know, it's unbelievable. When I was going through university, I never bothered about the finance bill. There's no time I sat down to know what is the finance bill saying. Look at what these young people are doing. They analyze every page of that finance bill. and they counter it. I met my friends, I do a lot of work in Tanzania. I'm sure there are some Tanzanians here. Sasa mmoja akanipigia akaniambia, bwana Hiro, nyinyi wa Kenya ni hatari sana. Mnasoma finance bill page by page. Tanzania mtu akianza kusoma hiyo bill kwa radio, tunamwambia bwana, toa hiyo mambo, lete mpira tusikize kandanda. It's amazing where you people are going in your leadership. You are dealing with a very enlightened group of young men and women. And you've got to have those social skills, the social deftness to be able to maneuver and run your institution. I would really recommend those books. You know, Daniel Gorman is the father of emotional intelligence, generally speaking. Read him. But I've also written a book here, The Art of Institutional Leadership, that one. And it is Unleashing the Power of Emotional Intelligence in School Management. This is essentially about my journey as a principal in a school, but I have tried to make it not to teach you leadership principles and theories, but to show you the practice of leadership. And, you know, like chapter 27 says, the essence of warmth and charm in leadership. You know, the importance of warmness and charm is more important than your IQ. And we have tried, or I tried to, in fact, the biggest chapter would not go beyond 3 pages. So they are very short chapters, very short chapters. A chapter on incrementalism is a villain. When you are in your school and you say, oh, last year we had 3 students going to university. So next year we want to have 5. And then I don't know how long you'll stay in that school. Because if you had 3 this year, next year you want 5. Or I want 5 A's. Then the next year you want 7. Then you want 10. No. No. If you have the EQ, you will give yourself very tough targets that you must take care of. So it's a book I would recommend, but it is based on emotional intelligence. And most of you, by the way, your IQ is in the roof. In this room, if we did IQ tests, I mean, maybe we would be at 110, around Steve Jobs is about 109. So these ones are much brighter than Steve Jobs. They'll be about 110 or thereabout. So it is not about the IQ, it's about your EQ. I've also revealed something I didn't want to reveal, but God urged me to reveal. There's a chapter where I have written about my Jewish upbringing. From the slums of Kibera, I was taken on by an American couple, a Jewish couple from Ohio, and that was my turning point. But that's not the issue. I'm trying to tell you the uniqueness of the Jewish people. There is something intensely unique. And one of those things is you must always have a book around you. Whether you're having dinner, whether you are in your bedroom, wherever, you must have a book around you because they believe somebody can take away all these things. But if he leaves your brain intact, you can build another empire. So you must constantly engage in reading. I think one of us raised the issue where we are stuck on screens, mobile, laptops, and so on, but we don't read, particularly our people. You know, when I was growing up in high school, all my books, the English I speak today, was courtesy of people from West Africa. So I read Chinua Achebe, I read Cyprian Ikwensi, I read Laban Tolilong. I read all those books. The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born, Peter Abrahams. We read all those books from South Africa, and there were the said books that we are reading. Today, our students are not reading. By the way, when I go to the States, on campuses, I'm very careful. I keep looking at students, and I don't see them glued to the screens. They don't make the mobile the next thing you see about a person. You know the difference? We then have become a continent of downloaders. We don't upload. Yeah. We don't. So as principals, by the way, as principals, you have a very big opportunity to influence those young men and women to know the power of reading. The Christians who are here, if you read scriptures, even if it is 2-3 verses every day, at the end of 365 days, you are never the same. You are never the same. Or the Quran. It doesn't have to be the Bible. Even the Quran. If you read, you will be different. But we are not reading. So I would encourage you people to pick up these books and look at them. And also, I get very frightened as an African, as a native of this continent. I keep getting frightened because there was Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe, James Ngugi. That generation were writing. Nowadays, I don't see books. And then what do? We now turn back to the day we were colonized. Yeah, and we start saying, we are where we are because we were colonized. But you know, Chinua Achebe, James Ngugi, and the others, it was soon after independence. They were writing. We are not writing enough. And I would like to encourage all of us to engage in constant reading. Then encouraging innovation and creativity. I think innovation is key, and education systems must encourage creativity by allowing students to explore new ideas, take risks, and learn from failure. And I believe very strongly we must integrate arts and creative thinking exercise into our curriculum. I'm a purely science student, teaching statistics and research methods, but I love my literature. I love reading books. Even in my computer bag there, I have about 3 books. I read about 3 books at the same time, depending on where I am. You know, the most peaceful place where I read my books is in the bathroom, in the toilet. So I must have a book around me there. That's where you are peaceful, nobody is going to knock. And you can stay there for 1-2 hours, you know, reading books. Ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the 21st century, as we sit in this space, I want you to look at this, the next slide. Look at the prototype of high-performing global farms. And look at where the jobs are. This is what scares me. Look at where the jobs are. Creative work, research, development, design, marketing and sales, global supply chain, management. That's where the jobs are. But you see those jobs, if you look at the pyramid, they are in the more developed countries. Now, when you come to our continent, we are engaged in routine work and done by people. When I go, we have an office in Minnesota, so I go there. 40% of my time I'm in the States or Europe fundraising. When I go there and I go to a construction site, I see very few human beings there. It's all automated. So slabs are fabricated and they just come and fit. Trusses, like that. That's where the world is going. So we in the less developed countries must push our people into that tip of that pyramid. That's the future. And by the way, at the center of all those things is one word: communication. Communication is very, very central. Next slide. So where do you fit? Where do we fit as principals, as professors? Look at jobs in less developed nations. Mass production economy, traditional hierarchies, work organization, narrow fixed skills, and I can go on and on. Look at in more developed nations, knowledge-based economy, team-based, flat work organizations, fluid skills and standards, high skill profile, and education emphasizes the whole range of cognition and soft skills, emotional intelligence. So, and competition is based on quality, customization, technology, etc. So as we prepare the leaders of the future, we must be sensitive to the type of jobs that awaits these people. Because now, if I want to dig, if I want to plant, I've just planted coffee on my farm as my security for retirement. When I retire, I want to be sitting next to the coffee farm as they pluck the coffee. I wait for the money. I did not dig the 5,000 holes using manual labor. No, I brought a machine and it did it in 2 days. Previously, you would have these people in your shamba for 3-4 months trying to give you 5,000 holes. That's where we are going. In other words, next slide, I'm talking about the rise of the creative class, where there's a decline of routine work and there's now a rise of non-routine and creative work. And top of the value chain are those people, producers, actors, painters, marketing people, teachers, professors. That's where the jobs are. That's where we want to push our people. And creative work, of course, incorporates technology, etc. So countries and firms will compete fiercely to produce and attract this caliber of people. So as a principal, you must ask yourself, how much technology permeates my institution? Because that's where these kids are going to. Next is building global awareness and cultural competence. I think I'm so excited about what here. This is global awareness. We have people, I saw 27 nations here. So global awareness, we are going to operate in that kind of a world. And just allowing diverse cultures, perspectives, and allowing them to appreciate and navigate cultural differences is very, very important. And as principals, as leaders, this is where you should be taking your people. Next is, this is very important, fostering ethical leadership and integrity. Colleague, principals, and other educators, ethical leadership and integrity. So you must model and teach the importance of ethics, integrity, and responsibility. And this can be done in many ways. But most importantly, it must be experiential from you as a head. Yeah. So what time are you in the office? When you go to parade, don't know whether you have parades. During my time, we had parades. When you go to parade, what are you going to say on that parade? Are you the lamenting principal? Me, I don't know what to do in this school. I have looked at the scores for mathematics, the ones Andreas was talking about, scores for mathematics, and they are very bad. You are the boys or girls, you can't let me down. No. They must see it. The tempo, the seriousness, the purpose in that school must be embodied in you as the principal. Then else. You see, we normally condemn maths teachers, mathematics teachers, to say, how come you brought so many E's, so many failures in this school? But if you look at the results of maths, like in Kenya, if you go to a school and you find about 10 students have A's and the rest have E's, that is not the problem of the maths teacher. That is the problem of the principal. Yes, whether you teach maths or not, you have not institutionalized high expectations. It's not about the maths teacher. Because already there are some A's, it means those teachers are teaching. But there is a culture that you have not worked on as the principal of that school in terms of fostering ethical leadership and what you expect from your school. Integrating technology and digital literacy will also be part of us. And I cry for our beloved continent. The future will be increasingly digital. So please ensure that your students are proficient in using technology and understand the implications of digital tools in society. So can we put an emphasis, put a thrust on the area of technology and digital literacy? I came from a public university and I went to a private university. And in my university now, Daystar, internet penetration is beyond our borders. Even our villagers, the ones in the community, use the Daystar internet. Yes. It's everywhere. But I remember where I came from, the Vice Chancellor's office had the strongest hotspot. So the whole staircase, you'd have students packed there with mobiles and laptops. They have crowded, sealed, because they want to have access. Please allow for deeper penetration of technology in your schools. And I'll illustrate this with this graph. Just note this, because of time. Note that the book-based paradigm has plateaued. Books are good, yes, but if you want your students to be exposed maximally, you can see the internet paradigm is exponential. That's where you should be in our schools. So that's something that all of us should work on. I think I saw a slide similar to this, but I want to emphasize internet penetration. Look at the internet penetration rate in our continent. And again, I just want you to reflect on this. I don't know how it makes you feel. Look at the US, and this is about many years ago, but look at the US penetration, North America, and look at Africa as a continent, and look at the world average. So don't blame those other people there. In your own space, in your institution, how much technology is working in there. This was interesting. I was on a team that visited Andhra Pradesh in India. You know the Indian story and the Chinese story of give them an education. As people were saying, oh, the education in India is not to be what? They said, let them have an education. Look at those companies. All those companies are domiciled in Andhra Pradesh, in IT parks, in industries and so on. Look at how many jobs are being created there. And even the call stations, when you call America and somebody's telling you, hold on, what, they are sitting in Andhra Pradesh. You know, I was looking at these 39 and I said, my God, I wish we only had 10. But you see, technology will only come if the youth have been prepared adequately. They are ready to take up the challenge. We need to encourage collaboration and teamwork. Again, this is the best example. We must come together, and I want to really appreciate those of us who have traveled outside to come to Kenya for this conference. And we must learn to work together, and you must promote collaborative learning environments in your schools where students work together, learn from each other, and develop the team skills. That's what the future is urging us to be. Adapting to change and building resilience is also a very important aspect. So leaders, we need to be adaptable and resilient in the face of change. And education should prepare students to handle uncertainty and setbacks. You know, particularly Kenyans, not our brothers from Uganda and Tanzania, we have really bashed our previous education systems, really bashed them. But the people who have designed all these buildings, the engineers, the doctors, the what, in Kenya at least, are products of 844. But now, you pick on a program that is economically not implementable because you want to be in fashion. You want to be like them, and you don't have the resources. You end up with a very mysterious creature that you cannot define. It sounds light, but it's a very serious matter. You know, sometimes I ask, for me, who grew up in the slums of Kibera, if I had not met this American couple, where would I be without education? That somebody can come from the slums of Kibera and become a vice chancellor of the oldest Christian school in Kenya. The miracle of education. What are the critical variables for the 21st century learning? I think these ones we know. So can you reflect on your own institution at home on those? But there's a serious happening now. I don't know about Tanzania, Uganda. I'm talking about East Africans who are here. We are one country. Look at bullet number 1, 2, 3, 4. The opportunity to learn. UNESCO told us that every child must go to school. So schools are packed with the children of the poor. They are packed, and I'm going to give you a snapshot of a school in Kenya where I was doing the pilot for the CBC. Then they moved from primary. Recently in Kenya they said 100% transition. I thought people were really mad. 100% transition. If German allows for diversity and ability to prevail, you want everybody to go to high school. So my local high school, Lumino Secondary School, which had about 200, 300 students, now has 700. They are sitting in that class, there are no labs, there's nothing, there are no teachers. This is what I'm calling silent exclusion. See what occurs? They will sit there for 4 years, they finish the 4 years, and then they go back to the village. They have been silently excluded. I think this is something you need to really think about. Look at this class. This is a class in Homa Bay, where I did the CBC, that class. And this was a grade 4 class. That's a typical classroom. And you want to teach competency-based curriculum. So, where's the future for these kids? By the way, this was not inside Homa Bay, this was in town. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I am calling silent exclusion. These kids will finish primary school and they just go back. It reminds me of this cooperative movement in Germany where the rats of the gutter will be born in the gutter, they will grow in the gutter, they will marry in the gutter, and they will die in the gutter. So the next slide is just the same thing. As we get into the future, we have difficulties in implementing 21st century pedagogies, and we need to do something about it. We urge you to go and provide mentorship and role models in your institutions as you move into the future. Allow your schools to have mentors and role models who can impact on the students' development, and create mentorship programs so that students can learn from experienced leaders and gain insights into the challenges of where they are going. So mentorship is very important. Now, this is a big question I asked myself. Just click up to the end. Click that. Continue clicking that. This was a big question, and I want you to think about it as a confederation of principles. What do we have? What is really our problem? Is it unemployment or is it unemployability? What is our problem? So for me, I think the biggest impediment is that lack of skilled people. But you see, you can only train and have those skilled people if the economy is growing. I normally tell people, you don't have to put plumbers. You don't have to train plumbers or plumbing in primary and secondary schools. Those students who finish a secondary education, if the economy was vibrant, apprenticeship alone, 1 month with a plumber, they will know how to lay pipes and get water running in a house. It's about the economy that we are talking about. So, is it unemployment or unemployability? I know, for example, we have had a big struggle to get drivers in my university because of the criteria we are looking for a driver. And there are many jobs, but now you're not looking for people who have a license. No, you're looking for people who have character and values, whose EQ is high. Yes, that they're not going to sit at the car the whole morning, beating stories. And then when they see you coming, they run into the car to start the engine. Yeah, but if they had character and values, they'll be doing a lot of things around that car you will trust them to do other errands during the day as you're doing your work. So is it unemployment or unemployability? That's a challenge I throw to you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I finish, I want us to relate to T.J. Thompson's congruence model in entrepreneurship. For long we have talked about resources and the environment. So we have talked about the SWOT analysis. Yeah? The strengths, resources, and then the environment, opportunities and threats. The future is asking us to worry about the V, the values. So if you don't position the values right, you cannot have a strategic fit between the resources and the opportunities and threats in your own environment. So we are talking about values. I'm talking about leadership, I'm talking about culture, I'm talking about spirituality, I'm talking about emotional intelligence. That is the fulcrum. Then you'll manage the resources and the threats in the environment. I don't want to go into the statistics. When the Gen Zoomers were keeping us in our houses, the criteria is that they didn't like to see old men. So, President, yeah, they didn't want to see old men anywhere. And I saw amazing statistics. This young man had looked at our budgets, they had seen how much wastage. They said 57% of our national budget is wasted. So it is not about resources and opportunities, it's about the values. And that's what they are trying to push so that we are careful. Now, when you do that, then you end up with that. You have the environment, values, and resources strategic model. And if you look at this like a balance, Ratili, the values sit at the center. It's the fulcrum that then enables you to have the fit to exploit the environment and also to have prudent use of resources. How strong are your values as a head, as a principal? That's what matters most. Those teachers will do anything for you if your values are convincing, if your character is right. So I hypothesize that going into the future, values will become more important, much more important. Yeah. And that sometimes where, even when a country doesn't have resources and you have a very high level of values, you'll find resources, global resources, being attracted into your country and you're able to move. So, finally, the mind map of what I've been trying to share with you. I'm a believer in mind maps, proud. So, creating future leaders, what will it involve? Creating future leaders will involve, one, leadership skills, communications, teamwork, and ethical decision making. Two, it will mean lifelong learning, continuous development, self-directed learning, curiosity, and inquiry. Again, that has been mentioned. Three, an innovative curriculum, but affordable. My teacher of English was called MacDonald, a British old lady. And she kept on telling us, you people, when you grow up, learn to live within your means. Learn to live within your means. Now it makes a lot of sense. So we all can't have skyscrapers in our homes without caring that you can't justify that skyscraper in your home. Global perspective, very important. Global citizenship international collaboration and cultural awareness. That's the future leaders. And then adaptability and resilience. We bring in emotional intelligence, growth mindset, and handling change. That's what we are talking about as we walk into the future as leaders in our own right. Colleagues, there's a book the chaplain at Wheaton University or Wheaton College in the US gave me about 4 months ago. And the book is titled Running with the Bulls Without Getting Stumbled Upon. If you go to Spain, they lock up their bulls, then they open. So imagine you are running with those bulls. And you must be very careful not to be trampled upon, otherwise you will die. So today, the principles, at least in my country, Kenya, you are really running with the bulls. That's why, by the way, it's very tragic. A lot of our principles don't last 5 years after retirement. That leadership drains people to the limit, stresses people to the limit. Because those children must eat, they must learn, they must not go on strike. And the politician doesn't like your face. So the next time you and your wife get a loan and you combine together to buy a Pro Box, you have stolen. So what is the call to action? I just want to say, as we look towards the future, it is our collective responsibility to work together in creating educational environments that are effective, inclusive, and sustainable. We need to embrace innovation, collaboration, and committing to the values of equity and sustainability. Then we can build a bright future for our learners. That is my call for action. But I was tempted to leave you with this question. And this is philosophical. Are truth, goodness, and beauty related? When you have time, please read the works of C.S. Lewis. These three things, truth, goodness, and beauty, are called transcendentals. Not transformation, they are beyond transformation, transcendentals. But I'm asking, are they related? And I want to put it to you that when you are truthful, you create goodness. And where there is goodness, you achieve beauty. Yes. And I want you to internalize this. You can even go and Google C.S. Lewis and get his thoughts around this one. So what is truth? Truth is the being, the reality. You know, if today Kenya got annoyed and said, we are going to have all our slums to have running water toilets, we can do it in 1 year. That is the truth, that those people need toilets. Yes. When we do that, the level of goodness in our country will rise. And everybody will say Kenya is such a beautiful country. Yes. So you go to your school and ask yourself, how much truth exists in your school? How much truth? the principles. I don't know about the principles from the other countries, but in Kenya, principles we are supposed to teach. So we normally make sure our name is on the timetable. You know, I'm one of you, so I know. But we never step in that class. You see, already there's no truthfulness. So now, what do the teachers say in the staff room? This person is just asking us to work and they don't do anything. When truthfulness goes, there is no goodness. And therefore, there will be no beauty in that school. How I wish, as leaders, we would stand by the truth. We would want to be beautiful all the time. So again, a mind map on this, and these presentations, you'll get them, is exactly that. Leadership excellence is about beauty, is about creativity, is about vision. It is about the truth, the truth. And truth is around honesty, integrity, and transparency. But I like goodness. That's why I put there a love icon. And those of you who read the Bible, Galatians 5, 22, 23, the fruit of the Spirit. You don't have to be a Christian. Just read it. It says so much. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. But I want you to know that the future, can we say this together? The future has already arrived. It's just not evenly distributed yet. Thank you very much. But I hope you'll go and create some truth, some goodness, and some beauty in your schools. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Iyero covered a lot in that presentation. He certainly talked about the challenges that education faces and the kind of opportunities that are there when people work together. He talked about predicting possible futures, and as you can see, the future's arrived, but it just hasn't been distributed yet, and adapting to change. He also mentioned the importance of lifelong learning and cultivating emotional intelligence, and the difference between IQ and EQ. He also lived up to one of the pillars of Daystar University, which is servant leadership, and reminding us that it's a privilege to serve. He highlighted that emotional intelligence is essential to both the really rich development of relationships, but also to enhancing performance, and including ethical leadership and integrity within that. He had a big emphasis on the power of reading, and I also liked his mention that are we an upload society or a download society? Are we producing or consuming? Professor Iyero highlighted authenticity in leadership, and that's something that he really clearly lived up to and demonstrated today. Thank you very much. Now, we're expecting our official party soon to arrive. So if I can just ask guests for the moment to be patient, and we will have some performances, and our honoured guests will be in soon. So thank you for your patience.
tears apart. Baby, I would rather be there. In your heart, see you start every night and every day. In your arms, I get lost, I get washed away. Long as you're here in your arms, I could be in no better place. You simply the best, yeah. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone I've ever met. I wanna suck on your heart, but I hang on every word you said. Don't tear us apart, no, no, no. Baby, I would rather be there. Each time you leave me, it's losing control. Walking away with my heart and my soul. I can feel you even when I'm alone. Oh, baby, don't let go. Simply the best, better than all the rest, better than anyone I've ever met. I'm so stuck on your heart, and I hang on every word you say. Don't testify, no, no, no. Baby, I'd rather be there. Oh, you're the best.
Thank you.
Don't you know I'm talking about the revolution sounds like a whisper? Don't you know I'm talking about the revolution sounds like a whisper? And while they're standing in the weird light, cracking the doorsteps, so those amazing salvations. Wasting time in an global life, sitting around and waiting for promotions. Don't you know I'm talking about the revolution side like a whisper? Prove people gonna rise up and get what's there. Prove people gonna rise up and get what's left. So you better run, 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 run. Oh, so you better run, 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 run. It's finally the table is starting to turn. Take a bite around on the shine. Yeah, it's finally the table is starting to turn. Take a ram on the shadow. Take a ram on the shadow. Take a ram on the shadow. Standing in the weird light, cracking the doorsteps of those amazing salvations. Wasting time in an global life, sitting around and waiting for promotions. Don't you know? Talking about the revolution side. Don't you know I'm talking about the revolution side? So now you better run, 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 run. Finally the table is starting to turn. Took a revolution, yeah. Finally the table is starting to turn. Took a revolution, took a revolution, took a revolution, took a revolution.
By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yeah, yeah, we read when we remember Zion. By
France, I think we have a guest speaker who will be taking us through. Germany. USA, I think is a speaker. Zambia, I think is out, but we have one. And of course, the hosts themselves, Kenya. Your Excellency, that know how to put it in English. You dance with some pride. You don't just dance. There must be pride to go when you are dancing this kind of song they are presenting. Welcome, Mamangina Gas. Anyone?
Siku zote kuombwa ni Mungu, siku zote kuombwa ni Mungu, na nchi yetu imeumbwa na Mola. Mashujaa twawaenzi mliokongamana na kushirikiana elimu yetu kuwa bora. wanangina, twaenzi shujaa. Enyi walimu wetu pia nyinyi shujaa, watuongoza vyema kutuweka pamoja. Twaweza kuzishinda la 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 la, pamoja elimu taimarika. Tunapeana walimu na wageni wanaweza kufika. Ndege wanapeperuka, watoto wanasoma, walimu na wageni wanaweza kufika. Walimu toka Afrika tuwapongeze, na Ulaya walimu kutoka Asia, walimu wa pande zote, wote
Thank you. You can just get through that. You know, the problem is there must be certain order, so you can't just send them out. You noticed I was not able to pass the mic because I should not interfere with the pose they had taken. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I saw some of you shaking your head. Yeah. I want to allow the band to give us a short number, song in praise of our guest of honor. Where you are, if you feel you want to, but don't kick your neighbor, just shake a little bit. Welcome.
Waziri Mkuu wetu, karibu sana ndani ya Mombasa. Tunakuenzi kwa kuhudhuria kongamano hili. Jisikie nyumbani. Ongera ewe Waziri Mkuu na viongozi kwa jumla kwa huduma zenu nchini. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Ongera ewe Waziri Mkuu na viongozi kwa jumla kwa huduma zenu nchini. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Wafanya kazi kwa bidii kote nchini, maendeleo yako twayaona. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Wafanya kazi kwa bidii kote nchini, maendeleo yako twayaona. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Oh, ongera ewe Waziri Mkuu na viongozi kwa jumla kwa huduma zenu nchini. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Ongera ewe Waziri Mkuu na viongozi kwa jumla kwa huduma zenu nchini. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Elimu pia waboresha humu nchini kwa kongamano pia mawaidha. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Elimu pia waboresha humu nchini kwa kongamano pia mawaidha. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Hongera ewe Waziri Mkuu na viongozi kwa jumla kwa huduma zenu nchini. tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. La 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 la. Ongera ewe waziri mkuu na viongozi kwa jumla kwa huduma zenu nchini. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa. Ongera ewe waziri mkuu na viongozi kwa jumla kwa huduma zenu nchini. Tunasonga mbele mbele kwa ujenzi wa taifa.
A round of applause to the band. I know you got scared to dance because I did not, but we'll have an opportunity to listen to them again. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, I also wish to mention to you that coming into the ICP family is Kenya Primary School Heads Association, whom we invited to attend, observe, and maybe enlist themselves also as members, and they are represented here with their national chairman, Mr. Nzioka. We have also invited the educator, the teachers, training colleges, also to join the family. And I had seen their vice chairperson. There she is, who are also associations supporting education in the various levels of basic education, and they will be joining the ICP family. I also want to recognize, Your Excellency, that so far we've had 3 keynote presentations. Mr. Andre Shalda is here, who has already given us a keynote address. We've had Gabriel. Where is Gabriel? He was sitting there on issues of AI. And we've also had our own Professor Labanairo, who has also just finished presenting. And he did announce that he has done a book. Delegates, those who would want to buy the book, visit the Daystar University stand. The book is there. Conference price may be a little bit negotiable. But if you bought it after the conference, it may be different. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite the chairman, Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, Mr. Willy Kuria, to make his remarks. A round of applause as he comes. When he finishes, he will invite the ICP president, who will take over from there.
Thank you, Mr. Idimuri. Our Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Wilkriff Musalia Mudavadi, Cabinet Secretary for Education, Honorable Julius Ogamba, Principal Secretary, Education, Dr. Berio Kipsang, President ICP, Rida Jan Veriasen, President ACP, Welcome Mulanga, and also our Idimudi, who is also the ICP African representative, international delegates, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and fellow educationists, good afternoon. Jambo. It is with great honor and immense gratitude that the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, KESHA, welcomes you to this year's ICP World Convention. It is indeed a monumental privilege for Kenya to be honored to host the second such convention in Africa, and the very first in our country. Indeed, it is a great opportunity to share our beautiful country with each and every one of you. Kenya, known for its cultural heritage, breathtaking landscapes, and warm hospitality, is thrilled to be the backdrop for this year's International Confederation of Principals World Convention, whose theme is Future Pathways for Runners and Learning. As you engage in this conference, we encourage you to explore the unique experiences Kenya has to offer, from the stunning coastal experience to the warmth of our people, enticing culinary experience, and the richness of our traditions. There is much to discover and enjoy. And I can assure you that we are here to ensure that your experience is both productive and enjoyable. In this conference, I wish to acknowledge and appreciate the very vibrant presence of Kenyan delegates comprising of Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, Kenya Primary School Heads Association, Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, that is education sector, Kenya Association of International Schools, Special School Heads Association, and the Kenya Teacher Training College Principals Association. We also have principals and head teachers drawn from all the 47 countries of our country. Equally, we have registered a formidable presence of delegates drawn from the Kenya National Chapter, that is the counties, and representation from sub-counties across the country. So should you need any assistance or have any inquiry during your stay, please do not hesitate to reach out to any of these. In Kenya today, we stand at an inflection point where we are making a paradigm shift in curriculum from 844 system to an approach that is going to transform the way we prepare our students for the future. The competency-based curriculum, CBC. At this core, a competence-based curriculum is designed to focus not just on what the students learn, but on how effectively they apply the knowledge in the real-world context. In a departure from the traditional models that often emphasize rote memorization and standardized testing, this approach prioritizes the development of skills and the competencies that are critical for success both in personal and professional spheres. It is a curriculum framework that is centered around clear, measurable learning outcomes, beside empowering students to engage with their education in a more meaningful way. It is also a system of education that allows learners to demonstrate their abilities through practical application rather than merely recording information. By fostering critical thinking, problem solving, and collaboration, we prepare learners to tackle complex challenges and adapt to an ever-evolving world. In partnership with the Kenya's Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission, and other stakeholders, we are prepared to move forward with a shared commitment to this innovative educational paradigm, championing a system that values competence, fosters growth, and prepare our students to thrive in their future careers. This conference represents more than just a gathering of minds. It's a celebration of collaboration, knowledge sharing, and the pursuit of excellence. Kenya, with its rich educational experiences and dynamism, will be more than willing to provide the backdrop for the invaluable discussions and the partnerships that will unfold in the coming days. We stand to collectively benefit when we host such a distinguished group of professionals and scholars from around the globe. In the spirit of collaboration and partnership, we invite all of you to embrace the opportunities before you, to engage in meaningful dialogues, to challenge ideas, and to forge connections that transcend borders. The diversity of perspectives and experiences present here is a testament to the strength and unity that can be achieved through global cooperation. Thank you for being here and for contributing to the success of this conference. We look forward to a fruitful exchange of ideas and to building lasting connections. We also hope that you find inspiration and engage in meaningful discussions that will pave way for future collaborations. Once again, we appreciate you for joining us as we commit as Kenyan delegation to fully participate in the 2026 ICP Convention in New Zealand. May you find inspiration and motivation that extends beyond the walls of this conference. Let this be a moment where new ideas take root and where our collective efforts contribute to a brighter, more interconnected future. Asanteni sana, karibu Kenya, hakuna matata. Your Excellency, Prime Cabinet Secretary, I really want to appreciate your presence here today. For finding time to be with us. And this morning, we have, together, Cabinet Secretary Education and PS, we have shared various insights as far as education is concerned, as far as this conference is concerned. And we are really proud and happy that you have actually found the time to come and engage with us. And maybe the issues that maybe we may have discussed, some of them will be able to come out here. But for the sake of time, Your Excellency, I would like to say that this conference be the successful, the way as you see it is. I really would want to acknowledge some of those who have been at the forefront in preparing for this conference. I know the ICP president will introduce a bigger group, but I just want to introduce the Kenyan delegation. So kindly, the Kenyan delegation, the local committee just lights up wherever you are. Thank you very much. That is the local organizing committee. Very well. Thank you. We also have the entire National Governing Council of Kesha. Your Excellency, we had elections early this year, and that is when I was elected the chairman. I'm happy that Dimuri actually was able to leave and go to ICP. Now he's the African representative in ICP. If he never left, I would not be the chairman. So I'm taking time so that you stand. The members of the National Governing Council, wherever you are, Your Excellency, these are all members of the National Governing Council. We are the ones that were elected. Thank you very much. And finally, the members of the executive, the 8 executive members. If you are just there, you can start where you are. The members of the executive, the national executive. Yeah. Cheriot is the vice chair. Raise up your hand. Yeah, he is the vice chair. Abdinur Sultan is the secretary. Omar, just behind you, where we are going, Mamagina is the assistant secretary. We have Galadi here, the organizing secretary. And we have Joyce, the treasurer. I don't know where the others are. I think those ones I can be able to see. Otherwise, wherever you are, feel appreciated. We are really happy that you have found this time and you are here with us. I'm also happy that the new cabinet secretary, you have also been able to join us for this conference, at least for the first time. Karibu sana, we are happy we are going to be with you. Thank you very much. And there is the PS is a man, you have always been with him. And with that, I want to take this time now to invite ICP president to come and make his speech. Karibu sana. Pigia makofi moja, ingine. Karibu sana.
Well, Jumbo, good afternoon. When I took over this job of president of ICP, the former president of ICP, Dr. Peter Kent, already warned me that in the job description is whenever you go to Africa, you have to dance in public. So I will make sure that, Nancy, whenever we go to New Zealand, I talk to the Aboriginal community over there to teach you something about dancing there. So, welcome, Your Excellency, Prime Cabinet Secretary, Wycliffe Musala Mudavadi, Principal Secretary. Welcome, Mr. Welcome Langa, President of African Confederation of Principals. Mr. Willy Kuria, National Chair of the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association. Karibu, dear speakers and all workshop leaders. And delegates from all of our almost 40 members and member association. Welcome to this 2024 ICP Convention in Mombasa. I also want to recognize the great team that we are working with, the Executive Committee of the International Confederation of Principals. We have them sitting right there. And please stand up. Matthew Johnson, our General Representative. Michael Hall, Australian. Damien White, our European rep. Where are you? There. You've already met him. Indi Mulikai, our African rep. It's over there. Great Master of Ceremony. Nancy Brady, our American representative. And also the incoming president, Dr. Peter Kent. We all know him. And last but certainly not least, Sophia Hughes, our Executive Secretary. Give her a big, warm welcome. We definitely wouldn't be here without you. Of course, Brad and Linda from the organizing committee, and also Ken from the AV and the band. Give them a warm welcome. The ICP, we have seen all the flags, 28 flags from 26 countries. We have gathered here around to celebrate our cultural differences. We're a non-political, secular organization, but we embrace all the cultures, all the religions, all the beliefs, all the ideas from all our members in this society. We really warm welcome to all the learning that we get from all the cultures, and being here, I'm learning from the Kenyan tradition and the Kenyan culture every minute, until the last minute that I entered this door. I learned so much. And ICP wouldn't be what it is with all you here sitting in this room, because ICP is always, it's about learners, it's about leadership, but especially it's about people, it's about you. Give yourself a warm welcome, because you are ICP. The theme of this year's convention, Future Pathways for Learners and Learning. ICP's 2024 World Convention focuses upon the quest of educators throughout the ages. Already since John Dewey, Johan Pestalozzi, Maria Montessori, Helen Parkhurst, Rudolf Steiner, and all the others since then, educational professionals have been reinventing pedagogical strategies, curriculum design, and school system on a regional and national level. Educators and innovators have always realized the need to innovate in response to a rapidly changing world. The need to innovate has never been greater than in 2024, since the world has never changed so quickly. Yeah, right. It's true, but it's also not. Teaching and learning has always been about growth and development of the youth, making them into self-aware, responsible, and resilient adults. The basic elements never change. How to behave in a family, how to behave in a group, how to know yourself, to learn your strengths and your weaknesses, and finally, how to use the knowledge gained from your parents, peers, and teachers to become an independent person who contributes to his or her surroundings. But the world is changing, and over the next few days, we will listen to great speakers with huge expertise on how we as leaders of schools around the world can adapt to the developments we face and the challenges of the next generation. Please focus your attention on those ideas you can take action on. And you leave this convention, take at least one thing that you will start doing differently tomorrow. I wish us all a fantastic learning experience and a great time together. Thank you very much. And I will hand over to Principal Secretary now for the further ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President of the ICP, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Your Excellency, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Julius Miko Sakamba, the President of ICP, Linda Jan. I will end there. The President of the ACB, welcome Mulanga. Our own representative, the African representative at the ICB, Bwana Guy Ndimuli, the chair of Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, Bwana Kuria, the chair of the Kenya Primary School Heads Association, who is also here, Bwana Nchoka, my colleagues from government, my colleague teachers who are here, and who are delegates here in today, distinguished guests, welcome to Kenya. Karibuni Kenya. Mine really is not to make remarks. Mine, once again, is to the ICP to thank you very much for having given us this opportunity as Kenya so that we can be able to host and showcase some of the things that we are doing within the education sector in this country. Karibuni Kenya, once again, as colleagues in the sector, let's take time to share our experience because I know there is so much to share. There is so much to share. There is so much that by the time we finish this week, as educators, we should have been able to get different perspectives in which we can be able to change the future because we are custodians of the future. As teachers, we are custodians of the future because we've been given an opportunity to co-create the future by ensuring that the young ones who are given to us are molded so that they can be able to continue with the relay of life. And therefore, it is so proud. This afternoon, I feel proud being among colleagues who are shaping the future of the club. So once again, Karibuni Kenya. Acknowledge my colleagues at the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, led by Bwana Kuria, for the good work that you have done to put together this conference. Other than that, also you've been a critical team in the education reform that we've been carrying out in this country. As critical shareholders, critical stakeholders, and critical process owners. Once again, thank you very much for anchoring the competence-based education that we are now undertaking as a country. Finally, I would want to acknowledge all the teams that have entertained us here today. But most critically, I am informed that the band leader is our teacher at Mamangina Girls. What that means to us is that Mamangina Girls is one of those schools which will be offering all the three pathways because they'll be doing STEM, they'll be doing humanities, and with the band leader, I'm sure that they'll be doing sports and the creative arts. So Mwalimu, congratulations and thank you for being part of this journey, and I could see your girls, and from what we've seen from the girls, it is a reflection of what you are doing. My teacher, Professor Ayiro, I can almost confirm that from here I will go straight to your stand so that I can acquire more knowledge in your book. Sir, Your Excellency, I don't want to go. I was told to take control of the next processes, and taking control, one of it was not making a speech. So I would want to take this opportunity now to invite our Cabinet Secretary for Education, Honorable Julius Mikos Okamba, to make his speech, and thereafter invite our chief guest. Karibu Wasiri.
Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, the President of the International Confederation of Principals, whose name I'll not attempt to pronounce, the Executive of the International Confederation of Principals, the President of the African Confederation of Principals, the National Chairman of the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, since I am among serious academicians, educators, and custodians of the future, allow me to ask a question, and if somebody has an answer, we will give him a reward at the end of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, how many decisions do you think a human mind makes in a day? Anybody to attempt? Anybody who has an idea? Yes? Infinite? That's one answer. Another person, and don't Google, please. Anybody to attempt? Yes? 0 decisions. Between 500 and 700. Yes, there, the last one. 35,000, you got it right. The human mind in a day makes a whooping 35,000 decisions. When I learned that fact, it shocked me, because I was wondering, when does the brain stop? So learning is continuous, and you as educators, you are the custodians of that provision, of that program that is always ongoing, and every day we make those decisions. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Kenya. And as I told your president this morning, I think it was in the afternoon when we met, those who are coming to Africa for the first time, rarely do they go back. And I asked him that if this is his first time, and after he goes to Masai Mara and sees what we have there, he will only call his country for his bags to be brought. But Your Excellency, it is with great pride and honor that I join you today for the prestigious International Confederation of the Principals Convention. Your Excellency,
I wish at the outset to thank you for finding time out of your very, very busy schedule to grace this opening of this conference, or the opening of this conference. Your presence here today is a strong testimony to your unwavering commitment to the future of education in our great nation and indeed beyond. Your Excellency, this gathering of secondary school leaders and managers drawn from across the globe is an important meeting of leaders where they share their experiences and collaborate. It is an ample opportunity for us, Your Excellency, to share our diverse experiences and insights. We also have the opportunity to reflect on the challenges that we have faced in our unique circumstances and the opportunities that lie ahead. The diversity of this gathering is perhaps its greatest advantage and asset. This is because it presents us with a chance to share varied experiences and to deliberate on the best practices in school management and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, as a country, we are happy to share with you the progress we made and the challenges that we've faced over the years. As demonstrated in the recently concluded 2024 Paris Olympics, Kenya is a home of champions in sports. However, we also pride ourselves as a beacon of excellence in the region in the provision of quality and relevant education. We realize that this is an aspiration that we must continually pursue, as education is dynamic and an ever-evolving process. In view of this, allow me to highlight some of the concrete steps we've made so far in expanding access to equality in education in our basic education institutions. One of our top priorities over the years has been to bridge the gap between urban and rural communities when it comes to educational opportunities. We have made significant investments to build new schools and educational facilities in all corners of our country. From constructing and renovating classrooms and ensuring that our schools have access to the same learning resources such as textbooks, we are leaving no one behind and leaving no stone unturned in our commitment for equity in education in our country. But building schools is just the beginning. We have also pioneered the use of mobile schools to serve children in our pastoral communities. By leveraging on the power of technology, such as solar power devices, we are bringing interactive learning experiences to the most remote regions of this country. This dynamic approach ensures that no child is left behind, no matter how far they may be from their nearest brick and mortar school. We are continuously placing emphasis on the promotion of inclusive and equitable education for all children, regardless of their background or circumstances, to nurture their full potential as envisioned in our current education system. Ladies and gentlemen, so far, I can confidently declare that we've managed to overcome geographical barriers and brought the gift of learning to all, including the most far hard-to-reach children in the far corners of our country. We are now implementing the comprehensive curriculum reforms that have ever been seen in this country. The purpose of this is to ensure that our education system holistically equips our students with skills, knowledge, and values necessary to thrive and succeed in the 21st century. In secondary education, the government's 100% transition policy has been a game changer. This year, for example, 97% of learners transited from primary to secondary school. Building on lessons learned from this transition policy, we aim to extend our efforts to enhance the transition from junior to senior schools within the context of Kenya's competency-based curriculum. Ladies and gentlemen, one key lesson that we've learned as we roll out the reform process and as we implement transformative policies in the education sector is that stakeholder participation is critical. Education is a sector that affects almost all the households in the country. Collecting, taking into account as many perspectives from as many different sectors is therefore extremely critical. Given the direct impact of the sector on households, policies have to be sensitive to stakeholder needs and interests. The other important lesson, Your Excellency, that we've learned is that key decisions in the sector have to be based on accurate and valid evidence. Evidence-based decisions result in optimal utilization of the scarce resources that we have and lead to a more efficiency and effectiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest challenge, however, is that of funding. Growing access and equality means more demands on the exchequer. We need to build more classrooms, provide increased capitation, recruit and retool additional teachers, and procure learning resources. As a government, we have incrementally enhanced funding to the education sector. At present, our education budget is at 27% of our annual public spending, far exceeding the UNESCO recommended of 15 to 20%. This increased spending is a positive demonstration of the government's commitment to education. However, it raises the question of whether the resources are being employed optimally and whether such growing funding is sustainable. Many of the possible answers to these questions lie with you, the leaders in the education sector, as the individuals who are charged with the management of these resources in the institutions that you lead. Part of the solution we have devised in our context is to strengthen the capacity of school managers and their support staff. We are also working on a legal framework that enhances coordination and harmonization in the provision of resources to eliminate wastage through duplication. We realize that ultimately the solution lies in strong data and information management systems. This is why we've embarked on digitization and creating an information management system that will be a single source of truth on the entire education sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, our teachers' unions have issued a strike notice, partly on the basis of their legitimate demands that have been made and pledges that have been made. These demands are legitimate, but also the government challenges are legitimate. As I've already indicated, we believe in stakeholder involvement and consultation. Such consultation should be authentic and should take into account all the factors and available evidence and data. And also, it is to be mutual. All stakeholders must therefore be ready to understand and to work together so that we can reach a solution that is for the best benefit or that benefits the child. All the decisions that we make in the sector must be for the interest of the learner. I am confident that despite our present challenges, the government and unions will come together and reach an amicable solution that prioritizes the best interests of the learners. I therefore urge all our unions to give priority to dialogue in order to ensure smooth teaching and learning. And I'm happy to report that there is going to be a meeting tomorrow between the government and the unions to discuss this matter. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, your unions are a critical cog in the operation of our education system. In 2019, when we had COVID, we signed as a government with the unions a non-monetary CBA agreement. So I'm confident that even this time, we are going to have a authentic discussion and we'll get a solution. From tomorrow, when we do the discussions, we'll be able to inform you what we've agreed. On the issue, I know that is challenging to the public as we speak of the new funding model. The funding model has been in existence for 29 years. The only thing that has changed is that the means testing instrument was adjusted and reviewed to ensure that those children who need the government support most benefit most from the government funds. So that children of those who can afford, such as myself, can bear my rightful share of the school burden. And we've created a portal where we've allowed the students to appeal so that if you have data, information to show that you've been put in the wrong band, we are working every single minute to reband you. Because the policy is no child should miss school because of money. We begin with that. So going forward, I can assure the country that within the next few weeks, next few days, we are going to resolve that matter, and each and every child who deserves to be in school will be, because we are doing 100% transition. Thank you. In conclusion, it is now my great honor to invite the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, to deliver his remarks. Thank you, God bless you, God bless Kenya, and enjoy your stay.
The President of the International Confederation of Principals, the President of the African Confederation of Principals, ICP Council members, Association of Principals from various countries, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Julius Ogamba, Principal Secretary, Belio Kipsang, the outgoing Kesha Chairperson, Indimuli Kahi, and the incoming Mr. Willie Kuria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm here first to deliver the statement on behalf of President William Ruto. So what I'm going to read is not my speech, but his speech. But time allowing, I will add one or two things at the end of the remarks. But before I go into that, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate a number of you, those who are leaving after having served in various capacities, and those who are incoming. I also want to congratulate Indimuli as he moves to a different stage and Willie Kuria comes in. Last but not least, let me also congratulate the Minister, my colleague Julius Gamba, I watched him as Parliament was grilling him a few weeks ago, and I want to say congratulations on your appointment. Thank you. Let me also acknowledge the Vice Chancellor, Laba Nairo, who did make a presentation here. And also with me, I would like to acknowledge Madam Agnes Odhiambo. She was the former controller of budget in Kenya. And now she schools me on matters of governance and public finance. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me proceed. I am delighted to join you for the 2024 International Confederation of Principals World Convention. It is a privilege for us to welcome you all to this convention, which is the second ICP gathering to be held in Africa and the first since the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me thank the ICP Council for choosing Kenya to host an event of this magnitude. This is a testimony to the important role that our country plays in the development of the education sector on the global stage. We are also proud that one of our own sons, Mr. Kai Indimuli, is representing Africa on the ICP global body. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, Future Pathways for Learning and Learners, reflects the urgent need for us to reflect on how to position the education system in a rapidly evolving global environment. Education faces a multitude of challenges globally, particularly from the technological innovations, inclusivity, climate change, globalization changes in production systems, and shifting demographic trends. You have a responsibility to deliver quality education that responds to this new global context. Furthermore, you need to navigate the peculiar circumstances that your schools experience due to lack of adequate learning facilities, competent teachers, textbooks, parental support, and community engagement. These challenges define your roles as principals, particularly in advancing the critical value of schools in shaping the conscience of society. You are entrusted with the responsibility of managing the school environment, which is the incubation center of knowledge and character development of young members of our society. A conducive learning environment enables the learners to acquire academic skills and learn the values and social competencies that guide them throughout their lives. Your pivotal role in managing schools and shaping the future of learners demands a unique blend of visionary leadership, administrative acumen, and unwavering commitment. You need to cultivate a positive school culture and ensure the well-being and growth of both students and staff. Principals in secondary schools are instrumental in molding the youth who are just about 13 to 18 years old. At adolescence, learners require continuous guidance, mentorship, and coaching. Apart from delivering the curriculum, teachers shape the character of the students and subsequently prepare them to be useful citizens. Additionally, principals are the driving force behind the success of any educational institution. They provide leadership in resolving complex issues ranging from resource constraints to evolving educational policies with diverse and competing stakeholder interests. Here in Kenya, the government has continuously engaged principals and stakeholders in driving the transformation of our education sector. We proudly acknowledge the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association as a key player in secondary education in particular and in the entire education sector in general. Through the membership of various decision-making bodies, KESHA remains instrumental in the management of schools and formulation of critical education policies. Together with principals and other stakeholders, we have collectively made important national decisions that are shaping the future of Kenyans across the entire country. These include providing free basic education for all learners in public primary and secondary schools. Under this education model, the government provides capitation per learner to all schools. It also supplies textbooks and pays examination fees for all candidates. This learning model, which is being enhanced through the National Education Sector Strategic Plan for 2023 to 2027 to quality education, has lifted a huge burden off the shoulders of parents, guardians, and the community, who are left to provide meals, uniforms, and personal items to students. Moreover, it has enhanced equity in education access, thus empowering students from lowest endowed backgrounds. We have also adopted a competency-based education system with the aim of having an engaged, empowered, and ethical citizenry. Our system of education now focuses on competencies such as communication and collaboration, critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and imagination, digital literacy, learning to learn, self-efficacy, and citizenship. We are particularly keen on preparations for transition of our learners from junior school to senior school as we phase out our current education system that offers 8 years in primary, 4 years in high school, and 4 years in university. Our new education system offers 2 years in pre-primary, 6 years in primary, 3 years in junior school, 3 in senior school, and 3 at university. The first cohort of students under the model will join grade 10 in 2026. The senior school will provide an opportunity for learners to pursue pathways of interest depending on their abilities and career choices. Collaboration between the school administration, parents, or guardians, and the community is a cardinal pillar of our education system. Parental empowerment and engagement encourage parents and guardians to continuously engage in the administration of the development of their children. Learners are also encouraged to get involved in community affairs, while school boards of management enable the community to participate in the affairs of schools in their neighborhood. We are also implementing comprehensive curriculum reforms that address global concerns and also empower every learner to achieve their potential. Another notable initiative is prioritizing investments in targeted programs that enhance access for learners with special needs. Through the community-driven initiatives, we are striving to clear the barriers that have long prevented these children from realizing their aspirations. Our dream is to see an education system that promotes diversity and inclusion, while driving economic and social transformation in line with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda and Kenya's Vision 2030. Along this education transformation journey, we have learned important lessons that we can share with you to enhance the outcomes of our deliberations here. These include the cardinal value of strategic leadership, which is necessary to ensure that educational institutions remain relevant, effective, and responsive to the needs of individuals, societies, and economies. Our collective duty is to explore imaginative approaches, discuss the future directions for learners and learning, and make resolutions with respect to the professional development of our colleagues through global perspectives. This forum, therefore, provides a unique opportunity for all participants to share their thoughts with a view of exploring ways of collaboration. We must not lose sight of the fundamental principle of equity, that every child deserves the opportunity to succeed in their dreams. We hope that by leveraging on the diverse experiences and expertise of participants from around the globe, we shall drive positive change and ensure that our learners are sufficiently prepared to fit in the global environment. It is imperative for us to acknowledge the internal challenges facing the education sector in general, ranging from mismatch between skills offered in our school curricula to the expectations of the current global industrial and labor changing markets. I am confident that through your collective wisdom, dedication, and innovative spirit as leaders, you will convert challenges at your experience into opportunities for sustainable progress. The future of our nations rests squarely on our shoulders as education leaders. Let us share our thoughts and perspectives openly and make resolutions that would ensure every child, regardless of their background, has access to an education that will unlock their full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by underlining the importance of collaborative and mutually supportive relationships with our communities that truly hold the key to our success. This will enable us to unleash the transformative power of education for the benefit of all our children and our citizens. I wish you fruitful deliberations for shaping the future of our education, anchored on our shared commitment to the African Union Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Goals. Let me also encourage our visitors to take time after your meeting to explore the rich diversity of our Kenyan culture, parks, and beaches. You are assured of a memorable, magical Kenya experience. It is now my pleasure and honor to declare the 2024 International Confederation of Principals World Convention officially open. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was the statement by President William Ruto, who was destined to be the chief guest, but he assigned me to come in and represent him. But let me make just one or two points as I reflect on my own thoughts. Let me just pick up something that is agonizing us, and particularly those from the African continent. And I want to wear my hat now as a foreign minister. How do you handle education in a world of conflict? As we speak today, there are close to 100 million young people out of school in Africa. if you're looking at the conflicts in the Sahel region, right through the middle, and in other parts of the continent, we have over 100 million young boys and girls who are out of school. What will they become in the various stations that they are at this point in time? We have seen that in Africa, when there is conflict, a country can take even 40 to 50 years to recover. And even in our neighborhood here, in the Horn of Africa, where there has been conflict, the countries are yet to fully recover. So it seems that conflict is also helping us generate a lost generation. We are creating a lost generation. And therefore, as you deliberate, it might be useful to really interrogate this. How do we handle education in a world that is full of conflict? And what can we do to make sure that the future is not bleak? What happens to the values that I've talked about in this speech that we are supposed to inculcate? Are we doing that to the young people that we are producing? The other point I just want to leave and share with you is that let us also take the issue of climate change very seriously. For Kenya, in the last few years, maybe the last two, we had a debilitating drought, the worst in 40 years, and then everything swung like a pendulum, and the next thing we had floods. And our estimate indicates, and this is data that I got from the Ministry of Education, that over 4,000 classrooms were destroyed by the floods during that period. I'm not even talking of the destruction to the bridges and access to schools, to hospitals, and what else was destroyed. But we must also now live with the reality that climate change is also becoming a serious hindrance to education. And therefore, I would request that you apply your thoughts, your ideas, and your strategies to this particular challenge. Then there's the global economy. In Africa, we are 1.4 million people. 70% are young. But we do more trade with the rest of the world than Africa. Intra-African trade is just about 30%. But Africa's trade with the rest of the world constitutes 70%. I want to ask you, is it just infrastructure that is a barrier to this inter-Africa trade? Or is education also a hindrance? How fast are we training our young people to embrace integration amongst themselves? Where is the position of language. In our continent. Are we training each other to communicate with each other, or are we teaching Africans to communicate with the rest of the world and not communicate with themselves? That, again, may be something you may want to ponder over. Then the issue of artificial intelligence. The $64 million question. Is it the dog that is wagging the tail, or is it the tail that is wagging the dog? How are we harnessing artificial intelligence? Is it for the good of our society or people? Or are we now beginning to face a scenario where artificial intelligence is also being used in the negative way? I'll speak for Kenya. Just a few weeks ago, we saw how the social media and artificial intelligence can be galvanized, mobilized, and weaponized to actually cast hatred amongst each other, to actually generate violent action amongst ourselves, generate destruction, because it happened, and maybe people felt that they were not responsible. So in our educational system and our practice, how do we inculcate the spirit of responsibility amongst the young people that we teach? But don't be fooled, because as we had our share, even developing nations did have their share. Not too long ago, one of the developing countries also saw a situation where this kind of attack or this kind of approach was used to rally chaos and hatred and destruction. So it is now another global problem. So let us answer the question. Is it the dog wagging the tail, or the tail wagging the dog? Finally, on a lighter note, when I was lighter, I used to play rugby. So when I saw the contingent from South Africa, and when I saw the contingent from New Zealand, I knew that at the end of this month, there's going to be a big match between the All Blacks and the Springboks. I think it's 30th of August. Yeah. Remember I said when I was lighter. I didn't say when I was younger. When I was lighter, I used to play rugby. But let me tell you that I will not tell you who I favor under the circumstances, because it would be awkward for me to do so. So I'll leave it at that. But once in a while, I practice the haka. I will not do it today. But next time I will be able to do it. But when all is said and done, let me welcome all of you from wherever you did come from to join us and be part of this excellent day. I wish you successful deliberations, and we definitely look forward to reviewing and benefiting from the recommendations that and resolutions you'll make here. Pongezi sana, congratulations, and may you have the best of your time here. Asante sana.
Thank you. Another round of applause to His Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Thank you very much. We can take our seats again. I know in another function you would want to leave immediately, but this being a function of educationist, we will release you when you feel that we are done with you. We are not yet done. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have some group photographs as follows. After we've done some little presentations, we will have a group photograph first with the guest of honor and the Minister of Education and the PS, with the ICP executive. The second photograph will be with the local organizing committee. The third will be with the keynote speakers, those who have spoken and those who are yet to speak. I've seen them in the room to come. And lastly, with the representative or the leader of delegations from all the countries that are participating, one leader at this point. But before that, we have a few gifts to give. The first gift will be given by the president of ICP. Where is Sophia? Kindly collect the gift from an officer there. Linda Tijan, come. And I would also invite Kuru from India, please come. And kindly request the Prime Cabinet Secretary just to come forward and receive this gift. Move in the center for photographs. Mike, please. Mike, please.
Mike, yes, so quickly. Traveling to Kenya, we saw these beautiful scales everywhere, and we visited the factory where we saw how they made this, and it's really amazing. I'm sure you have 1,000 already in your house, but maybe, like I don't have clocks or tulips in my house, you don't, and then this is yours. But thank you very much for your speech, and of course, it comes with a bag of the conference. Thank you very much.
The second gift, you go there, take a mic and say something. Yeah, here she is.
This is the Indo-African art made by our students.
That's an African art made by a student from India who studied in Kenya. When she went back to India, she introduced African art in their school, and that is what she wanted to present.
Thank you so much.
You want to say something? You should have said when you were giving. As she talks, kindly get us some seats for the group photograph. Just say so.
Your Excellency, thank you for giving us the honor to present this to you. I'd just like to share with you that we are teachers and principals, and our role is to reach each and every stakeholder of the school. And we've spoken about mental health and well-being also. So, in my school, my art teacher, she said she wants to do her PhD in African art. And I said, are you sure you want to do it in African art? She said, yes, I'm sure. I also did my homework, and we said, yes, please go ahead. She took leave, she came here, and for 3 years she continued coming and going and so on. And then she got her PhD in African art. So when she went back, we said, this is fine, you've got it, but knowledge has to be disseminated and learning has to take place. So then we introduced African art to the students, what it is all about, and now we have it as a subject in the school. So dissemination of knowledge and learning doesn't stop, and I find that there's so much to learn from them, the traditions and the culture, and the best of it we've imbibed in our schools. And about my school, we were Salman schools, and we started our schools in 1940, and we are continuing since then, and we have 8 schools, and next year we hold the council meet in India, and you're most welcome and cordially invited. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you once again, sir. It's an honor, sir. It's an honor.
Can we get the executive ICP move forward, please? PS and CS, please join the cabinet secretary in this photograph. As the executive comes, kindly the local organizing committee, please follow. The local organizing committee include the Kesha executive in that. Then after that, keynote speakers. Can we have the local organizing committee very fast? Okay. Okay. As the local organizing committee comes, I would like to remind the ICP council members, we are going for tree planting. The rest, lunch is served in the expo gardens. Keynote speakers, keynote speakers, keynote speakers, followed by a leader of delegation. Yeah. Those going for tree planting, let us get in Shimolatewa, Miritini, and Muhammad Ali. Get into any of those buses and let us go there. Keynote speakers. Master class on AI at 4, it will continue. Thank you. Can we have one delegate? Please make it very fast. Leader of delegation. Leader of delegation.
मगर ये तो कोई न जाने कि मेरी मंजिल है कहाँ पापा है तीन बदनाम कारीगर.
As that one continues, please, council member.
कोई इंजीनियर खड़ा काम कारीगर, बिजनेस में कोई अपना नाम कारीगर, मगर ये तो कोई न जाने कि मेरी मंजिल है कहाँ. पापा कहती है बड़ा नाम कारीगर. मेरा तो सपना है एक चेहरा देखे जो सको जो मैं बाहर. मेरा तो सपना है एक चेहरा देखे जो सको जो मैं बाहर. गानों में की गारेगा बिजनेस नियम अपना कारीगर, मगर ये तो कोई न जाने मेरी मंजिल है कहाँ. पापा कहती है बड़ा नाम कारीगर.
त्यसमा टक्क हो त्यहाँबाट.
Thank you.